I believe in curiosity and never stop challenging myself. Technology has come a long way. Still, nothing beats the capabilities of the human brain.
At Merck, we believe that curiosity is the driving force behind progress and development. Merck is a vibrant science and technology company working to develop medicines and intelligent solutions for patients, as patients are always at the center of everything that we do. We know that soon 1 out of 3 people across the globe may be affected by brain-related diseases. Luckily, we also know that training your brain can contribute to preserving and enhancing cognitive functions. Together with the chess world champion Magnus Carlsen, we want to inspire people to actively train their brain.
Always be curious. Challenge your brain.
Try to read upside down, for example, in a newspaper or an email. This challenges your brain to increase its elasticity, that is, the ability to learn.
For most chess players, it has never been about becoming the next greatest, but about defining your own path, your own style of play. Nobody can define that for you. But perfecting your style takes practice. Introducing Alex Astane Lopez, International Master. Train smart, play smart. CodeChess.com.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
Hello everybody and welcome to Game 8 of the Legends of Chess. I hope you're all having a good day, but either ways, we are here to make it all better with lots of chess action. And I, as always, I'm very delighted to join all of you, hang out and chill with you while watching some chess. But today, I'm extra excited. And the reason for that, before we go on to all the chess stuff, is that joining us today for commentary will be Judith Polgar. Judith is a legend in the true sense of the word. She, the only female player to have ever been in the top 10 in the world. She became a grandmaster at 14. She's the strongest female player in the history of our game. I think chess is one thing, but the main reason why I admire her so much is because when we talk of legends, right, everybody is a great player and everybody is very strong, but legends are people who have brought about a change. They've changed the environment, the narrative of something. And I think the one person who has shattered all glass ceilings, in fact, is Judith. So I'm super excited and delighted to get her insights on the game. My producer's asking me to stop fangirling already and get on with the chess. Of course, the chess action is extremely, the race for the semifinals is extremely hot right now, because take a look at the current standings as we go into the penultimate round. We've got 5 players fighting for the top 4 spots. Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi are already in to the semifinals. Anish, Vlad, and Peter fighting for the next 2 spots, and Vasil Ivanchuk with an outside chance of making it in. But for that, he needs to score a big win today. And by a big win, I mean not take it to the Armageddon, because if he gets that win in the rapid portion, he will get 3 points. And the penultimate round matchups, we could not have asked for a better script today, because look at what's going on. We've got Jan versus Magnus. Now, for the final standings or the semifinalists, this matchup doesn't really matter, but from the chess perspective, this is going to be a hot match. We've got 2 aggressive players, combative players, going to fight it out. Neither of them are going to shy away from going for the kill. We've seen Magnus struggle in the past with Jan. We've seen Jan and his fearless style of play. This game is going to be extremely exciting to watch. You've got Vlad up against Peter Svidler. And these are the 2 players who are fighting for that spot in the semifinals. So it's extremely important who is going to win today to decide, because I actually think that by the end of today, it will be 90% clear who are our top 4s. Let's get the pairing screen back up and take a look at that. Anish Giri, he's also got 1 foot into the semifinals, but he's got to cross this big game against Vasil. Vasil with an outside chance of making it into the semis. He needs to beat Anish to do that. Other games, Vishwanathan Anand Dingler and Peter Lecco, Boris Gelfand, not so important for the semifinalists per se, but bound to be thrilling action games. Vishy Ding definitely looking to come back. Vishy had a brilliant win yesterday, wrapping up the match in 3 games against Boris Gelfand. We hope we're able to see that same Rishi back on board again. And of course, we're all also rooting for Ding to make a comeback in this tournament. He's had a horrendous event so far. It's been the chess factor. He over the board, he's just not been himself. He's had to deal with disconnections, the firewall issues in China. It's been a very tough run for Ding Liren. Both these players at the bottom of the table, and we will see how that goes. The other part of it is, of course, all of you guys. And once again, a big shout out to everybody following this event and engaging with us. As always, I am going to be keeping an eye out on all that happens in the real world, also known as Twitter. Just connect with us using the hashtag #ChessLegends, and we will engage with all the fun conversations that you bring up. Another super cool update. So remember those mugs that we were talking about, the ones with the legends? I love them. The one with Vassal was my favorite so far, but here it is. All the mugs. Family mug collection that you could go for. All right, we also have some other cool merch. Give that a look. And what else we got for you? Yes, of course, the Simmel with the legends. The dates are to be decided, but Magnus Carlsen will be playing a Simmel, and you can guarantee a spot in a Simmel against Magnus by either buying or extending your membership to a 2-year plan. But remember, you have to do this before the 31st of July. And there's no lucky draw in it. It's as simple as this. You extend your membership to a 2-year plan, you get a spot in a Simmel against one of the greatest players of all time, Magnus Carlsen. Lots of other action going on. And yes, before we move on to all that you have been telling us, let's also tell you that not only is it a great way to buy that membership to play against Magnus, but also to learn from him, because chess24 has several series and an entire treasure of lots of learning stuff that you can have unlimited access to by going premium. So buy your membership, go premium, and learn from the legends themselves. All right, I think we should now move on to what you guys have been telling us, because we still have a little bit of time before Jan and Judith join us. So let's bring up those tweets. Let's go with the first one. And we had Pranav writing in saying, don't understand all the nuances in chess. I know how the things move, but can't think beyond 2 to 3 moves. My kid is all into it, and I marvel at the memory, skill, strategy, focus of the players. I'm enjoying watching Chess Legends, although I may not understand all of it. Pranav, firstly, I don't understand all of it. I think a lot of professional players, this level of chess is so extremely high, and the nuances, like you say, are so complex. A lot of times we can just sit back, learn from it, admire the beauty that they produce over the board, and stay awestruck. And completely, if you can calculate 2 to 3 moves ahead, I think that's talent already. And yes, you can work on it. It's so good to hear that your kids are also enjoying the show. Thank you so much for writing in. Keep playing some chess. All right, let's move on to our next. Also, you can follow us on Instagram. There are lots of polls every day. Just give me a second. You can follow us on Instagram. Lots of interesting polls happening there every day. Chess24 official. Give that a look. Lots of fun stuff on the stories. Let's move on to the next tweet. And it's by Jan Verbruggen. Is that how you say it? Probably not. But anyway, I really enjoyed Rustam's commentary, and I hope he will return in future events as well. Jan, you're not alone in this. I think all of us, it was amazing to have Rustam Kazimzano with us. He has been a world-class player. He's won the World Cup, and he is a trainer of the world number 2 currently. He's worked with Vishy Anand for several World Championship matches. He's worked with Fabi for his match against Magnus Carlsen. Those insights were super valuable. And I also felt the chemistry between Jan and Rustam was just brilliant. It was super entertaining. We'll definitely miss him. And I have no doubts that he'll be back with us soon. All right, let's move on. And Austin coming up with some Monday motivation. Avoid the crowd, do your own thinking independently, be the chess player, not the chess piece. Wow, I love it. Okay, so some Monday motivation there, as you say, Austin. Yeah, I'm kind of speechless here, but I think sometimes I just want to be the chess piece. I just want people to tell me what to do, just push me in a direction, and I'll just do it. But yes, I totally get it. That's a great piece of, I don't even know what to call it, but I love it. Let's move on. It's by Batra, and he's saying, I'm getting fed up of the Zoom world, to be honest, Vishy. That was a quote by Vishy yesterday in his interview. Vishy was very, it was a really, I think it was really fascinating to hear what he said about the format, as well as his very honest take on everything that's going on, and the fact that he's completely done with playing chess in this 2D format and over a Zoom call. He misses the not just playing chess over the board, but like he said, he misses over the board life, and no one can deny this. I think all of us are with you on this, Batra. Thank you for writing in. Let's move on. Ayush. Ivanchuk, after being the only player to defeat Magnus in Chess Legends, now crushes Kramnik. As Agad Mehta says, Chuki is every world champion's worst nightmare. Yes, I think there have been so many events. We spoke about this when Vassal was our legend of the day, that in fact it was in World Championship, Rapid and Blitz World Championship in 2016 in Doha, where he did beat Magnus both in Rapid and Blitz. He went on to win the championship as well. Back in 2013 at the Candidates, even when Vassal was having a terrible tournament, losing so many games on time, he beat Magnus Carlsen, the world number 1 back then, and former world champion Vladimir Kramnik. And yesterday, what an absolute blockbuster of a match that was. 4 games between Vassal and Vlad, all decisive. And it was just the creativity that Vassal showed, the ideas, the entire tactical way in which he handled, especially game 1, or was it game 2, where that I think it was game 2, but all of them were just super combative games, and completely agree. I think one of the things that stood out for me was that despite needing only a draw after being 2-0 up in that match, Vassal still constantly went for the most aggressive continuations on the board. He did not play safe, and I think that reflects his entire concept of how much he just enjoys playing chess. You know what? I mean, it's hard to pick who should make it to the semis, but I think it would be amazing if to see Vassal up there in the top 4. But then whoever makes it is the one who deserves it, because out of all the formats throughout the entire Magnus Carlsen chess tour, I think this one has been the most challenging. So it's demanded the best out of these world-class players. So yes, whoever makes it completely deserves to be there, because it's not a one game series where you can get lucky. They've had to show class over and over again. What else we got? Being Vinod says that rooting for Anish Giri to win the Chess Legends tournament. Chess24. Okay, so we had Magnus for an interview yesterday, and when quizzed on whether he's hoping for Anish to qualify, we remember that in the Chessable Masters, from the very start, both these players were extremely keen to meet each other in the finals, and Destiny played that out superbly for us fans. What a final that was, an absolutely fantastic event. And yeah, there has been some changes ever since then. Update for you guys, it's not apparently the same anymore. And Magnus on We Are Not Friends, but I think he said it jokingly. He laughed and he said it. And I think, and there we have it. Daria, and this was Carlsen's face when saying that. As you can see, I don't think he means it. And yes, I think there are lots of fans rooting for Anish in this event. It's going to be very exciting to see. I think today's match is super critical for Anish. We'll see what happens, but I believe that Anish has shown absolute class this entire event. He won so convincingly against Ding yesterday, although yes, in game 1, Ding did disconnect, but he's wrapped up, I think, a few more games in not even going to game 4. Just his control over the clock, his style of play here, the level of play here. I think Anish, whether it was Chessable Masters or here, is definitely on his A game. All right, and there we have it. Anish's response to Magnus's "We Are Not Friends Anymore." I think I just got promoted. You know, whether you're Anish Army or not, you gotta love his sense of humor. I think he, legends of Twitter. What can I say? It's just it's just funny. It's open to interpretation from you guys. We do have 6 minutes left before liftoff, and I see that we are joined by Jan and Judith. So let's welcome Jan and Judith on. And hi guys, I'm gonna throw it to Judith directly and ask her, because this is her first day joining us. Judith, I am so excited to have you with us, and I have so many questions and so many things that I want to ask you about your journey. I think we'll have time to chat during the breaks, but the round is about to kick off. So tell us, you've been following the event, your opinion and your take on the tournament so far.
Hi, I'd like to welcome all of you. I'm very happy to be here on the online commentary with you guys. And well, I was following, and I'm following quite a bit on the online activities, and I'm extremely happy that the team of Magnus, they created this chess tour, because I think it gave a real great show and direction where chess is leading to, with the unfortunate pandemic running at the moment. And well, I can't tell you in depth about the event, how I was following. I saw only a few games, and I'm confused, I think, with some of the games. But I can tell you that the games I've seen, it was quite impressive. And it's a real joy for me also to follow some of the games and see the players I was competing for so many years with, like all of them practically. And it's great to see Ivanchuk here, also seeing how seriously he's taking also the online event. And I'm very happy that this rapid format is also taking a great lead in the chess world. Obviously, it's a very difficult situation for the players, and it's very different. But chess players are very resilient, and they get used to anything which comes up. And I think we can see that on the players' faces when we follow online, that they're really serious about it. And I have a little bit worried that when it comes back the old normal times, when people meet up personally in a playing hall, it will be kind of strange for them. But still, we hope that that will come also in the near future. But I think it's amazing that these tournaments are taking place, and the top guys and the legends are giving a great show, and they are also experiencing a very special period of their life, I believe.
Thanks for that, Judith. And like you said, chess players adapt really quickly. So I'm sure when we go back to over the board chess, it won't take anybody long to get back into that mode. Judith, you know what you mentioned, that a lot of these players have been your colleagues, your friends. You've played against them when they were at their prime and at their peak. Any particular legend that you were really rooting for, or somebody who you played a lot of times, who you felt you've been, I don't know, somebody you've been rooting for in this event? And also tell us, when you see them play against this younger generation, in general, do you root for these legends over the millennials?
I have a very healthy feeling regarding seeing the young ones, and to tell you the truth, the young ones who are playing in this event, they are not so young anymore. We have a younger generation to come, right? So they are themselves already kind of a legend, and they are over 20 years old, so they don't. They are not young anymore at all. Of course, I have a strong feeling towards Anand or Kramnik, especially Kramnik, who retired from competitive chess, classical chess, like a year ago. As I know exactly what it means when you retire and you're not having your trainings and your mind is not on the chessboard happenings all the time. So it is very challenging, and it must be very interesting and difficult also for Kramnik. But as we see in the shorter time controls, he still has his extremely great sense of feeling for the game, and still he can figure out things and be very successful. Seeing Anand, for example, it's kind of, I'm always sad if I see him not doing so well, because he's such an amazing figure of chess. And I was playing with him so many years together when he was in his prime years, and he was really there. And even now, of course, he's an amazing player, but he's not playing for the title, right? So he's not at his very peak anymore, or right now. So it is special to see some of the players struggling, or contrary, doing something amazing and fantastic as they were doing for so many decades.
Yeah, it's incredible to hear that, Judith, and we'll be chatting more, but the games are about to kick off. So Jan, take it over, and I'm really looking forward to all the insights that you two bring, and I know the audience is going to enjoy it a lot. Once again, a reminder, if you have questions for Judith or anything about the event, connect with us using the hashtag #ChessLegends. I'll see you guys in the next break.
Thank you so much, Tanya. And yeah, hi, Judith. I'm excited about these upcoming rounds. We have lift off already. We have the battle of the two leaders, Nepo, Carlsen. They're both already qualified, but it must be about a lot of bragging rights between these two, no?
Of course. I mean, Magnus is always someone who wants to win, no matter how much lead he has in a tournament, as we've seen it so many times in classical tournaments as well. And I think anyway, rapid and shorter time controls, he's a big fan of, and he loves the game. He's very passionate. So whenever he sees a great idea or interesting challenge, he challenges himself all the time. As he says it, he's very curious, and he always wants to stay curious, right? So that makes him going. But we see that Nepo is, of course, a great competitor. He's actually in the candidates tournament, he's leading in the tournament, right, which was interrupted in the middle. But he's in the last few years, he really increased his level and his preparation, and I think his mindset. And Magnus knows that he has to be careful. He has to be watching out after Ian in every game they play.
They're also old rivals. I think they're the same generation, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, I believe, the last guy left that has a plus score against Magnus in classical chess. He leads 4 wins to 1 against Magnus. He beat him twice when they were kids in like under 12 tournaments, but also twice as grown-ups.
Yeah, I mean, Ian is a very dangerous player. I remember I was playing in the European Individual Championship in 2011 in France. And he's supposed to be one of the candidates to win the tournament, one of the favorites. But somehow his coach was ending up winning the European Championship.
What game?
But he was a great talent already then, and somehow his preparation was not there yet, but now he's really on the top.
Yeah, what's interesting to me is Nepomniachtchi, he's the same age as Karjakin, and we think of Karjakin as a veteran somehow, and Nepomniachtchi as an up-and-coming talent. No, they're both 30, I think, but Nepomniachtchi has made such a leap with, as you mentioned, his mindset, his preparation, that he's right there now.
But I think it has to do with the fact that Karjakin was there in his top. He was playing, he was a challenger of Magnus in 2016 at the World Championship, and probably that's why we think he's an older person anymore already.
All right, let's have a look at the opening. Jan Nepomniachtchi played one c4. Usually does e4, but he quite often can jump. Magnus can do so many things against e4, so that's not a big surprise.
And also, I believe in Rapid, the players are more flexible, choosing opening, testing out how is their preparation and how is the preparation of Magnus. Surprise counts a lot, right? In Rapid or shorter time control, even more.
Yeah, there's that, and then we'll have more time to talk about it. But I feel these new guys, they can also just play any line, any game, combined with the fact that already in this tournament, they will play like something like 48 games. You just need to burn a lot of openings too, because there's so many games now.
Yeah, this is very different from the attitude of the players, I think, like a decade ago or so.
Yeah, it's not like Vichy and Kramnik that wanted to be completely untouchable in whatever they play, their Berlin or something. No, now
yeah, and they were very much perfectionist in their openings, what they were playing, which actually they were real experts. But I think nowadays you don't have to be such an expert. You have to know some basic theory. You have an interesting idea. In an hour later, you go and play it.
Yeah. And Magnus probably mildly surprised by this. He decides not to go for what I think is the most critical move, this pawn grab dc4. But he just says, you know what, I'll develop some pieces. And he doesn't mind an early queen exchange either. These positions are already over my head. White is, I guess, playing for some dark squares on d4, e5.
I've never played these structures with either color, to tell you the truth. But it seems like without queens, but it's still we are in the middle game.
I've made some painful experiences sometimes with this bishop on f5 that looks fine out of the pawn chain and all that, but sometimes it can't do very much. If that play starts on the queen side, you have your bishop sitting on h7 or whatever, it's not really contributing with this pawn on d3. So I was always a bit scared of this, but I assume Magnus knows what he's doing here.
Yeah, it's a good question whether how happy Magnus is with his position here.
Bishop d4. Let's be honest, this is too subtle for all of us. Let's look at something else.
Let's look some Sicilian, right?
Here we go. Kramnik Svidler. This is a big game for the standings. If Kramnik wins this, he makes sure to stay ahead of Svidler and has, I would guess, qualification for the semifinals almost looked up. But if
I don't know how many games they have played against each other, but I'm pretty sure it's over 50, including Rapid and Blitz and everything. They're good friends. They were playing in tons of times in the same national team, I think, also. And being a healthy rival as well.
Yes,
well, I have the
worked for Kramnik as well, no? In one of the World Championship matches in Brissago, I believe.
Yeah, now it's a question after e5 how to react. I guess Vladimir doesn't want to go back to d1, protecting the g4. He's more looking at queen d2, sacrificing, or that's what I would be considering, and I'm sure he's hesitating on that, giving up the g4 pawn in order to get the knight to d5 with the tempo attacking the queen on c7.
You know, my honest opinion, I'm curious what you think about this. I find Kramnik playing one knight f3, then c4, g3, bishop g2, so much scarier than Kramnik playing e4. It doesn't look real to me, like Kramnik and the Sicilians. What do you think?
Well, in the beginning, when he started out playing e4, switching from his c4 knight f3 stuff, it was also kind of not very authentic. It was somehow not natural seeing Kramnik doing so, because in his style we could experience it. Unfortunately, I did experience it on my own skin, how he makes a little better or very solid setup in the opening. And even if he has a little advantage or just a more pleasant position, you can make sure he's going to be squeezing you for the next 6 hours or 7. So that was kind of the trademark of Vladimir, I think. And it was really amazing for me to see him to switch with the white color pieces. But at the same time, if you remember, in the mid-90s, late 90s, he was very aggressively playing Sicilian with the black color, the Rouser, and he had amazing games. Just to name one against Kasparov, and it was an amazing game. He won with black. So he could be very tactical as well, but more with the black side, I think. So he chose Queen D3, giving up the pawn.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Can you take this? There's some knight coming to D5. Looks very
Well,
risky.
bishop G4, knight G4, knight jumps to D5, and then the question is where the black queen moves, probably to C6. There's not too many good squares for the black queen. And what about bishop B6? Or just long castle, not to allow bishop H4 check.
Yeah, that looks.
Maybe just long castle and enjoy the view with the knight from D5.
Yeah, the black king
Black
can't
probably
go
goes back knight F6. But then knight E7, Fe5, queen A3. And black is not going to be castling in this game. King E8, rook D6 possibly, giving up the other pawn on E4. Rook D1. Well, it looks scary for black, that's for sure, even though he has 2 pawns up. But
Looks like checkmate. No, it's one of these positions where you try to castle and you realize you're no longer allowed, and then.
yeah, this is a sad story for black, I believe. Yeah. And if you see, I mean, you know it exactly very well. I just always like to share it with the audience watching these games, that you can see that in the top level, people don't like to give up the initiative. So everybody's aiming to gain initiative with either color, and they are ready most of the time to give up material in order to gain space advantage and real attack. Because somehow top players, you don't see Kramnik, for example, not Kramnik, also Kramnik, but Magnus Carlsen also, you don't see him defending and being in a very passive position, right? It's just not his temper. He just wants to avoid it because it's so uncomfortable. It's only if you end up in a passive position by some chance, of course, it can happen. But generally speaking, in their mindset, they always want to avoid something like that. So now probably he takes E4 and bishop E6.
I guess this is a more solid way to play now. Just fighting for some squares. I don't know. White is slightly better. Maybe you don't start with G5. I'm not sure.
Well, now the question will be whether the queen on D3 is well placed when knight D7, knight to E5 comes with a tempo. So that can be unpleasant, but maybe long castle immediately.
And wow, Peter did take the pawn with the knight. That's very...
Okay, so after bishop G4, actually he wants to go bishop H4 first, I think.
Ah.
So the intermediate, just in case. Yeah. But maybe bishop F2 takes bishop G4, and maybe white just plays F5. What happens with the poor bishop?
I don't know. Very double edged.
Probably black can go F6 and bishop H5, bishop F7 to sneak back. It's interesting because it's quite unusual to have the bishop on G4, but if he can get back to F7, then black is fine.
Yeah,
I guess
so. Look.
But maybe after bishop H4, king D2, or queen, yeah, king D2, and bishop G4, knight D5 first, and then F5. And then maybe the two bishops can be in trouble.
Such a strange position, no? Check B4 doesn't help.
B4.
So let's go somewhere. Queen C6 maybe. F5. Oof.
Yeah, the bishops. I mean, now F6 is not very much advisable because then the H4 bishop can be in trouble as well.
Yeah.
I would be happy with white here.
I can imagine.
I'm pretty sure Vlad too. But let's see what...
He starts with knight D5, which can still lead to the same thing. After a check, he can go away, king D2. Check played.
Well, king E2 or king D2? That's a question.
D2 looks more natural now, so we can take without running.
Yeah, that if we want to take, then definitely. But if, let's say, white wants to go rook g1, then maybe it's better to have king on e2, so to control the f2 square. I mean, this looks an amazing attack for white.
I'd be scared either way. And Peter Svidler, you can see him on the camera. He's shaking his head. Something's gone wrong for him. He's looked so focused, Svidler, when he's playing, because I'm used to him being the commentator, you know, making jokes, being friendly, chatting, and then you see him there sitting like RoboCop, just staring at the position. It's so different.
Actually, it is kind of interesting to see the players' faces in these online tournaments, because in some ways you see similar movements than as they are having during an event and sitting next to a board, but sometimes still you have feeling that they still have a different impression. Like what Svidler has now, it's kind of a different impression than what he would be giving next to a chessboard.
I feel sometimes on these strange internet Zoom calls, they might be showing more emotion because you're sitting in a room alone, right? You forget the camera. Well, you don't forget if you're playing at a board and someone's sitting across from you. So you can see if someone blunders, they really show it.
Yeah, it's interesting how do the players got used to this, that that the emotions and the stress level and this feeling what they don't have right now, right? Because it's online. What you have in a chess tournament, this physical tension and the aura all around the playing hall, people walking up and down, and the psychological part of the game is quite different in the online events, I believe.
Yeah, and I believe for Svidler, a big problem, I'm not so sure about Rapid, but must be that he just has to sit in his chair all the time, because I've never seen him stay in his chair after.
Exactly. Absolutely. I mean, he's one of the players who was always famous of moving around and walking around, checking other games. Are they allowed, by the way, to check other games while they are playing?
No, like they can see each other on the Zoom call, and I think they're allowed to get up if they, you know, really have to, but in general, they can't see very much. So what's going on? King e2, you were right. And Svidler took...
Knight e3, knight e3. I'm not sure I like it that white had to take back with the knight on e3.
Yeah, it's surprising, but no good option. Yeah, queen.
Well,
E3.
there's no, king e3 you don't want to play, right? I mean, that would be kind of bizarre. So what about e takes f4 now? Is it too bad? e5 or?
e5 or back?
But I don't see if e5, queen c5 or, yeah, queen c5, I guess.
Not clear why this would be so bad for black now.
Not at all. After knight d5, bishop f5 is possible.
Yeah.
Takes queen f2, so this is...
Still got it.
Yeah, some pieces hanging around. No, I don't like, for some reason, this knight on e3, but I see black play g6. So...
maybe what he wanted was knight f5. Does that make sense? Not sure.
But then I think black can take and queen c5.
Yeah.
Black squares or queen b6.
Yeah, it's not impressive.
I'm not so happy that white had to take back with the knight on e3, but okay, after g6, f5. But maybe it's not so horrible for black.
No.
What about just playing bishop d7? Even like my thinking of castle.
The pawn up, not too bad traditionally. What would be horrible?
I will put probably my queen to c5. That's kind of a threat, maybe. Bishop e5 is there. I mean, on e8 doesn't look to be in such a big danger.
No, bishop d7 played. Looks like Svidler's still very much in the game.
Yeah, that's what he played. Bishop d7.
Let's move
It
to
looks
our
quite
third
okay.
crucial match of the day. Anish against Marcel Ivanchuk. You, do you have time to follow the Twitter sphere, to follow the banter, the back and forth, the Giri Carlsen rivalry, romance, whatever you want to call it?
Sorry. Well, it's wow, what a position! Wow, what happened? G4, G5, H4, H5, giving up a pawn so quickly.
Anish going for a very direct attack.
You know, when I was like a teenager and later on in my 20s, it was kind of people were looking at me in such a bizarre look when I started to move my pawns front of my king, playing G4, G5. And nowadays, sometimes I'm really smiling on seeing some of the top players playing G4 and move 6 or something where you're not at all expecting it. And now somehow the players are much more active with their pawns front of their king as well.
You must be enjoying this whole H4, H5 trend as well. Like everyone's pushing them now.
Absolutely, but it kind of looks unnatural, right? Did you see many of the games having this kind of structure, hedgehog, having G5, H5 with white pawns? I think many of these ideas are coming from the players because it's rapid games. I think they would be thinking would be double checking if it would be a classical game, though I think it might be interesting.
Yeah. Anish playing very, very quickly. To G5, what's going on?
Knight F6, yeah.
Rook. E6 is hanging, so now F6 looks normal. Rook E3.
Though I doubt that it can be so good for white, don't you think so?
Doesn't look like checkmate. I'm also a bit confused. There's nothing on the H file, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, Rook 7 is logical move, and probably Knight H5 or Knight H7. I mean, after Rook G3, that would be Knight H5.
Yeah. Rook G3 late.
The question is whether at some point E5, Rook G3, maybe, well, also Rook F7 actually for the moment.
Yeah.
Maybe Rook F7 is the best, unless E5 is some tactical issues with Bishop G2, E takes F6. Bishop goes back to A8.
Hard to believe, no?
Queen D3.
Queen B7.
Queen B7, F6.
I don't know.
Well, with white, I'm not very happy giving up my last pair bishop. But E5 is something that has to take an account. No, probably after Rook F7, white would be developing with his queen somewhere, E2, D3. So Rook G3 late. What about H5? No, Anish is provoking. It's a question whether Rook G4 is his plan or go to Rook H3. Actually, after Rook H3, maybe just simply black would go B7, try to exchange the bishop. I think I would take black here. Which color would you take?
I also like it for black. I see the engine bar. So for all of you, in this little light window we have on the lower right, you have a computer evaluation. We can't see the computer line. But I can see the computer is happy for white, which I was surprised by, because it looks like Anish has played, well, to my mind, sort of recklessly, giving up this pawn, weakening his own king as much as the black king. But But maybe he just understands this deeper than the rest of the world. I don't get it. Like knight h5, let's say.
Well, of course, there are different options like knight 5, rook 7. Also, maybe, well, no, d5 is not something that black is ready for. Yeah, it's a question where would take his rook? I think to g4.
Yeah, let's try that.
And then probably bishop h4 can be a threat, but let's black just go f7. So why not go to h4 with the bishop, because knight f4 can be unpleasant. But white can go bishop e3 after rook f7. King h7 is somewhat, I don't see later on. Why is it so dangerous? Of course it can. Probably bishop e3 here. Queen d3.
Can we go rook g6?
Immediately. Well, still king g6, queen g4, king h7, queen h5, king g8.
No checkmate still, yeah? No.
Not yet.
This is on the bishop e plate. Anish going all out.
Actually, they have this board, right? Rook f6 is possible too. But you know what? Even not defending the pawn, it might be interesting to play queen b7 or something with the idea to play giving up the pawn on g6, then going knight f4 instead of rook f6. Black can even give up the pawn, maybe. Queen 7.
Queen c7. I can. Seems to be some audio issue. I struggle.
No, maybe queen b7, because after queen c7, knight d5, I think, can be.
All right.
So queen b7, if rook g6, knight f4, and I grab one of the bishop.
Yeah.
Takes, and queen f7 comes.
Black is hanging in there, no?
Absolutely, I think rook h4 is possible, or rook f6. Black is doing fine, I believe. But of course, actually it happened, queen b7. You see, this is also, again, something that Ivanchuk doesn't want to be going on and defending his pawn, but he's looking for some play, right?
I've been impressed with the way he's been playing. He's always been able to play very opening. You can see his passion for chess, how much he's suffering, how many ideas he spots. Like, it's been a joy to behold.
Oh, he's an incredible personality in chess, I think, Ivanchuk. I don't remember when I played with him the first time, but it was definitely early 90s, I think, and he was amazing. I remember, no, actually it was 89 when I met him first in the New York Open, where he was already a huge talent. He was already considered being one of the strongest candidates to challenge Kasparov. And he was just coming to me and my sisters also and showing some games. And I think he also he was playing blitz with the people around, some amateurs and chess enthusiasts there. And that he was doing quite a lot of times. He just has such a love for the game and had amazing ideas. But I remember meeting him in Lucerne, also late 80s, where it was few months after he had a winning opportunity against Kasparov, and he was showing it to everybody that this is what he missed. And it just went on and on and on, and he was analyzing that. So he kept his mind busy that opportunity.
Yeah. Late 80s? How long have you been around? I don't want to do the math.
Well, I started very early.
Hmm.
I mean, I was when I was 13, I made my first grandmaster norm. So I started. What position is this? Wow, what a mess! What a real mess going on here.
Well, Vichy resigned already, so the mess is over. But yeah, sad to see.
Something very wrong happened.
They're both out of contention for...
the e4 pawn gone. Well, e4 is gone, and you get anything returned, that's bad news. Very strange.
Not a great game for Vichy.
Actually, bishop c5 was a strange move. A few moves ago. Here, after c5. Knight b3 is a threat there. But still.
I guess knight c4 is also looming.
And after, but after bishop c5, maybe queen c5 was not obvious that it was queen a5, bishop c2, king a1, bishop b4, I guess.
Rook c2?
Takes and queen g2 at the end. Queen
Ah.
c2, queen g2. And unfortunately, too many knights are hanging.
Yeah. No, rough game for Vichy.
It's a typical game that you don't want to be remembered on this from Vichy. It's simply something very wrong happened.
Yep.
And interesting, Anish did not take the pawn, so he developed with his queen to d3.
I don't understand this game.
Can we go to the Svidler game? Because something very bizarre things are happening there.
Let's go.
You see what's happening here? It seems like a rook is... Something bad happened for white.
Let's go back some moves. Rook g8, b4. Kramnik sure has...
Well, he added it, and a few later he added it when he got his bishop, this bishop for check, I believe. He blundered. Yeah, b4 was a blunder practically. G takes f5, takes queen f2, check on a4 and bishop g5. Yeah, bad news. Well, and I don't even see how much he can fight for. Bishop h5 is the only move, or what?
Resigns is the only move. We just take everything.
You think resigning is the only move?
Yeah. He's played bishop h5 though.
Well, it's the only move kind of to play on for some moves.
Yeah, I'm sure black has more elegant solutions, but just to take everything.
I'm not sure he will just take. He will play queen g2 first, I believe. Don't you think so? This is still not so easy. You want to keep the tension somehow to get the even better version of it. Or bishop f4. What about bishop f4 and... no, knight e7. Sorry, I blundered. Otherwise, it would not be a bad idea to strengthen, have more opportunities for black on the g5. Yeah, I also thought instead of...
winning.
Well... Yeah, it's hard for white to get out of this spin.
Yeah.
But maybe also instead of bishop f4, queen g2, push away the h1 rook and just grab the h2?
It's just hopeless. He's also an exchange.
I would make a bet that Peter will not take on d2. He'll keep the tension, playing king b8.
Weigh my chances here, but yeah, it doesn't run away. Why would he take?
No. And these guys like to make you struggle in your bad position.
Exactly. Although Peter is so careful about his gentleman image, he will try to make this quick and painless for Vladimir.
So I bet on king b8. Because anyway, knight e7 is kind of a threat, right?
You had it right the first time. Bishop f4 was played.
Bishop f4.
Svidler's trying to do it in style, giving this rook.
Yeah.
Looks good enough, doesn't it?
Well, bishop d1. Let's fight.
Rook g2.
You're brutal. Yeah.
It's tough fight.
It's not a fight anymore. And you know, this is also something very typical I experienced on the high level, that they just don't take bishop d2 that it's winning, because it would, well, maybe you still have to win. It's like you have to have good technique. It's going to be long. No, if you have the chance, you want to do it straightforward as fast as possible, because to win a winning position is always a big challenge.
Yeah. Also, it's one of the things the champ is so good at it, just finishing a game, saving energy as well.
Yeah.
Maybe Svidler's also enjoying this.
Now.
Against his nemesis, king b8. Let him try to unpin.
Bishop d1, bishop c6.
All right. Peter's going to win. Shall we move on? Because Nepomniachtchi Magnus looks very interesting as well.
Wow. It seems like nobody cares about the rook. What is this?
So this looks like a half normal position. Now, Carlsen tried to win in exchange with g5, fg, bishop g3, but giving up 2 pawns. Very risky.
Okay, so rook 2 seems to be kind of the only move, no?
What was that? Rook e2?
Well, he didn't play it yet, but it seems to me that that's the only move.
We need to losing after
Not to lose too many material.
Yeah.
Takes bishop f2, rook f2.
So rook g3.
And rook g3. Oops. And then bishop d2.
Ooh, sneak.
Rook g not passed. Yeah, would not be much advice. Bishop h6. But instead of rook g8, I think knight e5 can be very strong. Or even, you know, just to simplify with knight g2, rook h3. Can black do that, or do we blunder instead of knight e5? Knight g2, rook g2. Actually, white played rook e2 from f2.
Ah, so you can take on e1 with the bishop.
Yes, but this is not fun for white, I guess. Takes a knight f3, maybe? Or simply knight takes g2 and rook h3. What do you think about that?
I can't decide. F6 is also there. It looks good. No? Yeah. Maybe
I think
very impressive judgment by Magnus going for this g5, which looks a bit suicidal, no? Allowing fg, bishop g3, gf. Maybe he was just right that this is it.
Yeah, interesting. Very nice move if it's sound. But by the way, after g5, wasn't e5 possible for white?
I do not know. Looks very logical.
Or g takes f4? Maybe just knight f6. No, but rook e2.
At least white is active.
Yeah.
I was wondering if you wanted something like e5, f5, but you're also killing your own bishop, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, after this, I think even knight c4, knight d6 can be unpleasant. King f1. Takes.
Yeah, who knows?
But okay, let's go back. What he did knight f3? I thought about that. If you go back a few moves, he went knight f3 instead of grabbing the rook on e1.
Oh, he found another way.
Yeah.
This is pretty, by the way. If bishop f3, bishop takes e1 check.
And the other one is also pretty. If you can show king h1, bishop e1, rook h3. And mate. Okay, so that's why king f1 was the only move. After knight f3 check, knight h2, king g1, bishop takes e1. Bishop
this would be a nice draw, by the way. Not that Magnus wants it.
I think he wouldn't even do it if he would just finish the tournament with being alone taking the first place. No way. Takes and rook h3. So how will Nepo fight for his life?
Knight stuff. He just took d7. Knight to e5 and knight to d8.
Well, black seems to have more knights. Knight f3 check from h2. What do you think? Knight f3. There is a mate again. See, king, knight d, king f1, h1.
I'm reading on Twitch. I can't even tell if it's the players making the moves or the analysts. So let me briefly explain. On the left board, the bigger is the analysts, Judith Polgar and sometimes myself, making the moves, analyzing the game. On the smaller board in the lower right corner, the live board, you can see the current position between the players. We'll update when they make the actual move. That's why it says. And you see the end bar next to the live board. We don't have an running bar with you who's back right now. Tells you black in control in this battle between the two leaders. So how does black win? Sorry.
Knight h2 to f3.
King f1.
What about knight 3?
Tricky.
But maybe that's too much. Maybe simply, well, I don't know.
Could work, no? This is a big threat.
Yeah, but probably, yeah. Check, king f7.
Some knight g7 maybe to block it.
Ah, that's a good move. Yeah, I blundered that. Yeah, that's a good one. No, I had the feeling that I'm slow. So here, check. Well, maybe you just have to take on e1, no?
He's played something.
Bishop on h3. Bishop h3.
Played knight d8, rook a6. Pawn takes on e6, king f7, and the same knight g7, trying to block the g file.
King f6.
The drama continues. Black is an exchange up, but for 2 pawns, so it's not so much the material, it's more the activity that could decide the game for him. Will it?
Knight f5 there.
Yeah, he didn't.
On knight f3, he went knight f3, takes, king f2. Nepo is fighting. Rook f6, knight f5, or knight h5. But I think knight f5 is just okay. White could escape, then he can save the game if he's not going to get material loss or checkmate. Maybe knight d4 is the move here. Yeah, knight d4.
It looks strong. Rook f6, covering f5.
Because also rook f6 you might start, but then knight h5 or, yeah. Then knight h5 or knight f5, knight d4. But it seems like knight d4 is more precise.
Yeah.
Right?
Magnus does not do it. He goes knight to e5.
No, knight on e5. Beautiful knight on e5.
c3.
And of course,
still fighting.
Of course he's fighting.
He's so resourceful.
I mean, I think 10 moves ago he had a worse position. Now at least he's active. But he has 3 pawns for the exchange. Not for long, but I'm not sure I like knight d5. Unless there is something rook h2. But I don't see. Rook h2, king e3. Rook h3, king d2. Wow. No, white played knight f5 and they exchanged the rooks. But now it's not so simple.
Like, well, white should have very good drawing chances now. There's only 2 pawns left. The white pieces are well coordinated. I think he might survive.
I think he will. There's a very good chance. King e3. I think he shouldn't be winning. Knight d4 check.
Yeah.
Okay, black can go back king d7, yes. But then if you go back knight 5.
Yeah, this is even on material. It's not bad. White has 2 pawns for the exchange. Active
But
piece.
you know what? Even after king e6, maybe bishop e5 and knight d4. Ah, this is what they're having, yeah.
He took
Yeah.
knight d4.
Knight d4.
6.
And this is not going to be a win for black.
King e6. Should just be a draw, no? Bring the king over. Yeah.
Knight d4, king d3, king c4.
Draw agreed.
Oh, wow. What a save by Ian. Wow. What a fighting spirit.
Let's look at the camera. Magnus shaking his head a little. Jan also shaking his head. It's competition. Who looks unhappy?
It seems like Magnus is not very happy. He's kind of upset about it. And of course, it's understandable. Yeah. And Ian shows that, oh, well, I should have lost this. But okay, I got a chance, so I saved it. Right?
I find it very hard to read Jan, because he always looks a little sleepy. He always looks a little detached from the game. So I find it very hard to get an insight there. Here, 2 people really know very well. Nepo and Boris Gellert still fighting.
Well, does anybody have to fight anything here? Isn't it a dead draw, or am I wrong?
Looks quite drawish, doesn't it? Yeah. I
mean, okay, white can go to play king b5 and a3, right?
It's a dead draw.
Right.
And this pawn will never make it past b6. Yeah, this is what happened. Well, you just wait. Well,
probably it would be nice for white to force black to play e5. Actually, if pawn would be on e5, black would be in trouble with king c5, king d5. Don't you think so? King d5, and then no, it can. This could be tricky.
Agreed.
Wouldn't like to play it with from the black side.
But no need.
But if black keeps his king on d6, I think it should be a dead draw.
Yeah.
Right.
B5,
bishop b5, bishop f2. But you have to be precise. So you can go wrong, but they both have only a minute and a half. But I think that Boris will not go wrong here.
No way.
Actually, it's hard to go wrong after having your king on d6 and having your bishop on e1. Keep an eye on the b4 pawn. It's impossible to progress.
Yeah, he just waits until this pawn goes to b5, and then he'll stop it with bishop f2 or bishop a5. Bishop f2 looks normal.
Yeah, the problem for white really that he cannot force black to play e5, because in that case there would be some weak white squares where there could be an entry. So the g5 pawn is the only weaknesses of black's position.
Yeah, this king just doesn't have any way to go there, and Peter Leko accepts the inevitable.
Okay, so it's a draw. Yeah. Draw, and what's going on? What's going on with Vladimir? Can we check that?
He lost. He lost.
Ah, he lost already.
Yeah. Peter.
It's interesting that as you said in the very beginning, that the Kramnik started to play e4 and how strange it was for you, and it's completely true. And you can see that the top players or many players, when they play an opening, they really understand the details and the spirit of the position. And sometimes I have the feeling with Vladimir that he wants to play e4. He likes those kind of position, and he's very eager to challenge himself and opponent in his tactical situations. But he doesn't this intuition under his skin for the Sicilian from the white color to take the initiative and then to keep it and do it all the way.
Yeah, it's for me. I'm also a d4 player. It's so scary if you don't have this in your blood as these positions opposite third castles. I think even with all the studying that Kramnik must have done, it's not the same as if it was Vichy or Leko or anybody who's a lifelong e4 player on the white side. We even see it in this tournament, like yesterday in this Dragon, he lost to Ivanchuk. I always feel worse for Kramnik when he goes for these Sicilians, these very sharp positions, and I feel great for him if he plays.
Yes, and it's not that he doesn't get the good position. He does, but the Sicilian middle game is also so difficult and so complicated that one move and then the whole structure changes, and then you lose one tempo, and then you will regret what you did 10 moves later.
Yeah, I agree. It's been like that for a while now. I recall he started as 1e4 in the mid-2000s, like 2004, against Topalov and Vichy and so on. He would out-prepare them often in these Najdorfs, but they would still beat him more than he would beat them. So yeah, I'm not a fan. Then again,
I remember playing with Anand so many Sicilian games, and I had this feeling, and I was a Sicilian player myself all my life with both colors. So I know quite a lot about the details in the Sicilian. But still against Vichy, most of the time, even though I've won a few games in the Sicilian against him, I had feeling, you know, when you feel that you played a good game, it was a great challenge, there are a lot of complications, you calculate a lot, but somehow at the end, Vichy wins. That was kind of the scenario. Interesting game, great mass, interesting line, spectacular thing, and Vichy wins.
Yeah, exactly.
But okay, it happens. Do we have any game left, or we finished?
I think it's all over. So let's briefly look at the results. Jan Nepomniachtchi against Magnus draw. Nepomniachtchi on the verge of defeat there. Svidler beats Kramnik with black. Svidler were to win this match, he would overtake Kramnik in the standings. Giri Ivanchuk draw. Strange game. We lost the thread there. And Vichy lost to Ding very quickly. Not Vichy's tournament. Peter Leko Gelfand. Draw.
So I guess they have a very short break and they start...
No, there's a bit of a break. They start at 10 past 5. Usually we bring Tanya in whenever the games are over. So let's see if Tanya is there. And Judith, if you want to stick around and submit to Tanya's questioning, That'd be fantastic.
Sure.
All right. See you guys later. I hope we'll get the sound issues in order. Apologies. It's been worked on.
Thank you, Jan. And Judith, what a thrilling round that was. What impressed you more? Was it Jan's resourceful defense against Magnus, or just Peter not giving any chance to Vlad after he went wrong out of the opening?
I think Peter was kind of brave, a very important decision at the opening after Queen D3, whether to take or not to take the pawn on G4. And he was brave enough to take and said, okay, let's go for it. And we'll see how Vlad can, he should be showing why he gave up the pawn. I was very enthusiastic from the white side because I was just about something similar the way I was always playing. Giving up a G4 pawn was no problem for me, and especially to get the D5 knight in return. I think there something went wrong for Kramnik, where he went king e2, and after knight e3, he captured back with the knight. There I started to feel that something goes out of his hand. But of course, for Peter, he had great nerves and great defensive skills, but still kept the play energetic from the black side. He kept his bishop pairs. And so it was, he had to be very cold-blooded during the defense and the game against Vlad. And then somehow Vlad started to be over-optimistic, I think, with this b4 blundering, and drowned in this game. And it was also a nice touch by Svidler, I think, when he didn't capture the exchange immediately as it was he won, but he played some detailed, nice moves. King b8, bishop f4. We got lost there. We were not following how he won at the end, but it was clear that he didn't want to lose too much energy on an exchange up endgame. He wanted to be a perfectionist and really to finish the game as soon as possible with the victory. But Ian's game was also quite interesting. It was a great move G5, I think, by Magnus. Or at least it seems so, that suddenly he brought his both rooks and knights into play, into activity. And well, Ian seemed to be drowning in that game, but of course he's a fighter. He's always going to make a move until the very end. And Magnus got confused and couldn't find the best way. And then we could see him also being kind of upset, because I think he thought already that he won the game.
Indeed. And Judith, you pointed out that moment where Peter showed he didn't immediately pick up the exchange in that moment and played quiet moves. And that was a big defining moment. And I was watching the analysis and you predicted that. You mentioned these moves, and it was amazing to get your insights, which were extremely dynamic and extremely tactical, very much in your style of play, like we know. Lots of comments on Twitter on that, Judith, and I'm going to be bringing them up. But before that, we're going to be going into a short commercial break just to fix some technical stuff, guys. We'll be back soon with Judith and all the conversations that are happening. See you in a bit.
Try brushing your teeth with the opposite hand of what you would normally use. If it's too easy, you can also balance on one leg at the same time. When you break even the simple routines, you can challenge your brain to strengthen underused nerve cells.
For most chess players, it has never been about becoming the next greatest, but about defining your own path, your own style of play. Nobody can define that for you, but perfecting your style takes practice. Introducing Alex Astane Lopez, International Master. Train smart, play smart. CodeChess.com.
Now anyone can learn and improve their chess skills with the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. The Magnus Trainer app is packed with fun mini-games and interactive training content. Playable anytime, anywhere. Get the Magnus Trainer, available in the App Store and Google Play.
At chess24, none other than Vishy Anand teaches the fundamentals of chess. Who better to learn from how the pieces move than a former world champion? Then move on to a basics course on openings from one of the best players ever, explaining in layman's terms how to develop your pieces for a solid beginner foundation.
Hello and welcome back. We are about to lift off round 2, but we do have some time in between, which is great because we've got Judith with us. And Judith, we were talking about the insights that you gave during game 1, and just your style of analyzing is such a big reflection on how aggressive you were as a player as well. And bringing that up, Judith, we had some tweets. Let's bring those up first. Grandmaster Jonathan Tistel, whenever I watch Judith commentating, I can't help really wishing she hadn't stopped playing. Let's bring the next one up. And we had
Jonathan.
We had Webhev say, "My God, my heart melted looking at Judith commenting for the Legends of Chess tournament. Welcome, you absolute legend, and do this more often."
Thank you. I'm happy people are enjoying it.
And also, I want to bring in Patricia's tweet, and she said that she really enjoyed Rustam's insightful analysis. But if Judith is not playing Chess Legends, the next best thing is having her as a commentator. And also commented, and I think this is very insightful, Patricia. By the way, huge contrast between Kazim's usual comments about pawn structures and Judith jumping into sharp lines, pushing pawns, and chasing kings. Judith, I have to ask you, I mean, it's clear from all these tweets that, everybody wishes to have you back on the board. And even the analysis that we saw there, your class is just clear and apparent for all. Do you miss playing at all actively? Is that...
I don't know what you want me to say. What do you want to hear?
I want you to say that you're coming back to chess out of retirement.
Yeah, this is the idea I had. That the reason you're asking, you have in your mind what answer you would like to hear. But actually, I'm not missing the competition. And it's kind of frightening for me also, but I think it's because of my character that I was competing for more than 30 years and many of the years on the highest level. And I think it's because I know exactly what it takes when you compete on a high level or the highest level, what dedication you have to put into the game and how detailed work and perfectionist attitude you have to have in order to really put together all the smallest details in your preparation, in your chess preparation, your physical preparation, your mindset, and how the priorities work as a top chess player. So somehow I do so many other things and activities. I keep myself so busy, and I see my kids growing up near me. So I don't really miss, but whenever I get a chance to follow the chess competitions and events, it's really nice feeling that all the guys still out there are competing, fighting, and sometimes they have such a fun games and such a great battles, and it's so much fun to follow Magnus being so honest and open about things. Sometimes it's kind of strange, but sometimes it's so beautiful to see that. And for example, when he giving back the game practically to Dingley, and I think it was such a fair play what he demonstrated. So it's great to follow, but the competition is another story. And you know, when you competed for so many years, whenever you sit front of a board, whether it's online or offline, you have a different look, a different face, a different mindset. And just now, half a year ago, I was in India, and with a friend of mine, we went to a school, and I was playing a little simul just to play with the kids. And then my friend said, "Oh my God, you have such a different face." And it was just a simul, you know, and he never saw me in my mindset when, you know, you suddenly open up and you just focus on the chessboard. So it's so different when you're competitive.
Absolutely. And I think this is something that you and Jan were also talking about how players' personalities and their look completely changes from when they're on the board and then when you see them off it. You know, Judith, the one thing I think whenever anybody takes your name in the chess world that comes to mind is the style of play that you had. It was aggressive, it was combative, it was fearless. And I still remember reading an article in which it was, I think you're the reason why Gary Kasparov had to take back his saying that, you know, women are weak fighters. He retrieved it and instead said, playing like a girl in chess means facing relentless aggression. And that was because of you. What do you think impacted or influenced you most that you were able to develop this aggressive style of play?
First of all, the way I was growing up, my parents always believed me, and they believed that that I can do as good as boys, and they tried to make all the possibilities, conditions for me, so to have the maximum possibilities and opportunities to develop my chess. But the style, my style, I think it has to do because my father, he was a big chess enthusiast, and he loved this old evergreen games with King's Gambit and with a lot of spectacular sacrifices. And actually, that's the reason I started out playing King's Gambit up to age 11 or 12, something like that. And I was very successful. And I think when you go on in one kind of style and you're successful in that, it encourages you to go on that road. So I think this is how it happened. And of course, when you win one game after another, you keep going on that direction. Later on, when I started to play against stronger opposition and stronger guys, I had to face it that things are not so simple. But still, of course, I was playing King's Indian and a lot of energetic, aggressive openings. And I was quite happy with that. I was a very straight person, and it showed on the board also that I was going straight forward for the king.
Going straight forward for the king not just showed on the board, Judith, but today in your analysis as well. And
well, it's not my pieces, right? So I could say whatever I want, but I felt very comfortable with Vladimir's position, having pawn on g4 and sacrificing it.
yeah, but if anyone sees your games, I don't think it matters whether it's your game or somebody else's. Your approach is, like you said, going straight for the king. I think we're about to kick off in a couple of minutes, Judith. So we'll be back soon with you. Let's quickly take a look at the format of the event, because that's something I think we skipped in our pre-show today. Just a reminder that this is the round robin stage of the tournament. It's an each play each, a 10-player round robin, and each game consists of 4 games. So it's like a mini match. And in case of a tie, it goes on to an Armageddon. If the players win in the rapid portion, they get 3 points. If they win in the Armageddon, they get 2 points, and the loser gets 1 point. Some of you have been asking, how are the colors decided in the Armageddon? And there was a drawing of lots for the seeding before the event started. And the players who got 1 to 5, so the players who started with white, get to pick the color for the Armageddon, and the players who started with black don't. But in the semifinals, the Armageddon color is going to be decided by who finishes ahead in the preliminaries. And that's going to be extremely important, because we've seen it in the past throughout the tour that it does very often go into Armageddon. So it's not just about where you finish in the top 4, but trying to finish as high on the table as you can. And of course, for some people, trying to avoid Magnus Carlsen in the semifinals. I do see that Jan's joined us back. Let's ask Jan. Jan, round 1, what impressed you the most, besides Judith's analysis, of course?
Oh boy, Peter Svidler beating Kramnik with the black pieces. And that is a big, big win. We've seen taking the lead in this format is huge in general. And if Peter wins this match, he leapfrogs Vladimir Kramnik, giving himself every chance to make the semis. We have lift off. And Judith's back with us just in time for the start of round number 2. Peter Svidler, who I was just praising, with the white pieces against Kramnik. He
started with knight f3, as he would be Kramnik.
Yeah. Leading 1-0, he's saying, I'm fine playing some symmetrical Grunfeld. You do the complicating.
Yes, but nowadays, I think before Kramnik decided to stop competitive chess, he was the kind of guy who went for sharp lines with both colors.
Yeah.
He didn't have any problem with that. So let's see how he will sharpen out things. Well, in this system, it's not very simple, I guess.
What did you think about this final lap of Kramnik's career in like 2017, 2018, when he played super sharply, would play every position till the very end? Did you enjoy it?
I enjoyed it a lot, what he was doing. And I was talking with him about this, and I was reading interviews with him. And it was very interesting for me to see that how he had his new approach. And I think it was interesting that at this point where what he reached, he decided to simply switch kind of styles. He started to play lines and ideas which made him curious, and he wanted to try it out at the board. And I must say that in many of his games, he was very successful and did an amazing job with the black pieces, with the white pieces, even candidates in Berlin against Aronian, for example. Of course, that was an amazing game, and I loved it very much. I was fortunate to be there to commentate that game live. It was a real treat for me also. So, but it was something strange to see a transformation of a player of Kramnik, who was really famous for being so solid and highlighting all the details of things to see him in such a sharp positions with both colors.
Yeah. Svidler is giving him a taste of his own medicine. Svidler is playing like the old Kramnik. This
Well,
is a
this is
theoretical
brutal.
line.
This is brutal what Peter is doing to Vladimir now.
Yeah. Kramnik actually was the first one to popularize this for white. He beat Wei Yi, I believe, on the white side of this. That's a good choice because it's a slightly better endgame for white, where...
Well, it's a fantastic choice, right? It's basically white is little going to be trying rook, to put the rook on c1, d1.
Oh,
then
but
we'll
Kramnik goes his own way, as usual. He does not go for the endgame. He plays the move bishop to f5.
No, but that's logical, right? To go a little bit different, at least to try to go different.
Still
But even
looks super
can't white
solid.
just take on g7 and play some knight d4 stuff?
Yeah. At least white can never be worse. I have to admit, I don't understand why white is not better. It looks quite pleasant, but I'm sure Kramnik has a point.
But maybe after bishop g7, he wants to exchange the queens maybe first. Takes king g7. But okay, anyway, knight d4, I guess. G4 is a threat, so well, probably black goes back knight d6. Knight f5, gf5. No big deal.
Yeah, that's not exciting enough. Sorry, Vladimir. We're changing games.
Okay,
Whoa.
Carlsen, Nepo, Grimfeld.
This is like back to the 90s where Boris Gelfand, every game, he would have this position with white.
Absolutely, absolutely. It just came to my mind. I remember it was, what was it, 95 or 96? I was playing in Novgorod, and this was such a fashionable line. And Gelfand was an expert in this. He was considered maybe the best expert in this line. And I decided that if you want to be on the top, you have to fight against the top guys, which in the lines which they are experts in. So I went into this and I made a draw. I was very proud of myself. But the problem is with these lines, it's sharp and it's all worked out until really deeply long lines.
Yeah, theory just starts here after d5. I think knight a5 is the main move. Knight e5, bishop f3.
Or bishop f3, yeah, also.
Yeah, they used to do all kinds of things. Nowadays, I think this is the line I'm just trying to recall. The bishop g5, at least the latest I saw was something like b6, bishop e7, rook e8, d6, I think knight c6, and bishop b5. Some strange stuff like this, and black would give an exchange and then make a draw.
Well, nowadays exchanging, they are no big deal, right? They just get giving it up without any problem.
These crazy
kids. But it is really good for black.
But
Queen a3, logical.
He played queen a3, covering the pawn. Rook e1.
Bishop rook e1, bishop c6. Well, obviously this rook will not move back to f1. This we can guarantee, I think. It will be giving up. As we just said, exchanges don't matter these days.
How do you do it, though? I can't think of a good move, like knight d2 or h3. I'm not sure. No, h3 we just take.
Queen e1. Knights. I
don't know.
Or bishop h6, maybe after bishop c3.
I'd be so scared with white if you don't know every detail here. Always looks to me like.
Well, I mean, black is also quite scary. But some knight g5 kind of things can come sometimes also, no? e5. What about e5? Bishop e1, queen e1. You know what's also possible after bishop c3? Queen d3.
Ah, that's a nice spot. Pinning.
Yeah.
I like this. Now we're no longer exchanging
yeah.
pawn down all the time.
Well, okay, black can go bishop b4 or bishop b2, but
That already starts to feel a little clumsy, at least. No, I'm not sure how we punish it, but at least there is some.
knight e5? I don't know, maybe it's bad because bishop e2 and f6. Kind of everything is hanging.
What happened? Queen d3 was played and rook fc8.
Okay.
Are they blitzing?
Well, now Magnus started to think. He just had 17 minutes a move before. After bishop c3, he was hesitating, giving a thought.
Nepomniachtchi is one of these guys where I can never tell if it's theory for him or if he's just blitzing out moves because he likes to blitz out moves. It's very hard to read.
Maybe sometimes he's not aware of it either, no?
Yeah. Also, guys that are so good at calculating, they can just blitz out moves even if they know nothing and pretend it's all theory. Like Levon also likes.
And it's also so interesting that I think quite a few years ago, I started to realize it. Well, maybe it was 10 years ago, that on the top level, players have different repertoires for classical game, for blitz game, for Armageddon, for rapid. And this way, a lot of their work is not going to waste, because sometimes I'm sure you can tell more about it, working with Magnus and others, that you work on something and then after days or weeks you realize, well, after all, this is not something you really want to do. But, okay, for a rapid game, it could be good, or for an Armageddon, for a surprise, or when things go wrong and nothing works, fine. And I think in many of the games, this is what we see. This looks kind of fishy for black. Don't you think so?
I've literally seen that written in notes or annotations. Okay, maybe it's too weak for classical, but can do for a rapid game. I think they feel like that about a lot of mine.
Yeah. I don't know what would I be playing with white.
I would, of course, move the rook away.
Well, that's very logical, just in case. But actually, what about bishop d2? Why don't we play bishop d2 with white? Isn't it winning?
Winning? Wow. If I go b6, let's say.
But then, rook c1, bishop, rook c1, bishop b2, right? Only move.
Yeah.
And if I would have gone bishop, rook a1 instead of rook c1?
I was hoping I could take.
Takes.
No clue who's better and why.
Maybe it's okay for black.
Could be, no, if nothing direct happens. And we have more company, as if Judith Polgar wasn't legendary enough. We have another chess legend on the show. World number 6, 3-time Blitz world champion, Alexander Grishuk. Sasha, how are you today?
Yeah, hi Jan, hi Judith.
Hi,
good
welcome.
evening, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we have some very interesting matches today. In my, tournament overview, I completely overlooked Vasily. Actually, it looks to me that he also has some completely real chances to qualify if he wins today. So we have 3 very exciting matches. Match between 2 bulldozers, then match Kramnik Svidler and Vasily against Anish. So let's see. I saw that you were discussing the game between bulldozers.
Yeah, we're happy to switch to Ivanchuk.
Ivanchuk, you know, is a bit boring. You know, he got somehow he managed to, to get a symmetrical position a couple tempi down with white. So
He tricked himself.
yeah, he played too. Yeah, that's not how you trick Anish, I guess.
All right, so Anish is
But
fine.
can we, Alexander, can we ask you about the Carlsen Nepo game? What do you think? Is this theory for them? Is this home preparation? Isn't it very dangerous for Black?
No, I can tell you when I was playing Grunfeld for many years, I was always very much afraid of this Rook B1. But I don't know, it feels like there is some kind of, I don't know, convention between players that white doesn't play Rook B1 against Grunfeld because it's almost never played, but I think like theoretically it's still one of the most dangerous weapons white has. And it just comes down to memory. Yeah, if you have phenomenal memories, then of course with black you are not worried much. But if you don't, then you might end up in trouble. I guess Jan tried to avoid this position and exchange down, yeah, which can happen if black plays b6.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to remember. This line, no? Like,
yeah.
Here, and some h3, or they do something clever.
Yeah,
somehow,
take, queen e6, take e8, take e7.
Exactly.
Yeah, and there are two versions also of this position, one with pawn on h7, one with the pawn on h6. Because if white plays on 13 move bishop g5, then we get this position with pawn on h6. Okay, so there are many nuances, but basically, yeah, if black tries to avoid it, then it becomes very tactically tricky. I mean, it's sort of like he's being ambitious, and he has to put pieces on very loose squares like it is now, yeah? Black's position is very loose tactically, I would say. I mean, it might be fine, but
95 looks asking for it, no?
Maybe.
Bishop a4, bishop g4, or rook c1 first.
Rook a1 also always in the mix. Oof. Complex.
Yeah. And Kramnik, I think he played an interesting, I'm not sure if a new move, but at least a fresh move. Yeah.
Do you know this move?
F5.
I've never seen bishop f5. I've seen.
Yeah, that's what I said. That
g5, but
at least a fresh move. I mean, maybe not a novelty, but and I guess Svidler just doesn't mind the draw being up in the match because I think after bishop f5, maybe rook c1 is more challenging because not just to keep the pressure and keep the tension and see what exactly is black plan. And now, I don't know.
Should be a draw, yeah?
Should be,
Well, actually, black has to be a little careful, no? Bishop b4, rook c4 is a threat. Well,
yeah.
rook f5.
Yeah, it's a bit, it reminds a bit yesterday's game, Vasily against Kramnik. Also, Vladimir played very actively with the same material. He had knight against bishop in the endgame, and also he put a lot of his pawns on the color of the opponent's bishop, and then he just lost pretty much all of them. So he got some short-term activity, but then those pawns fold, like all of them. So let's say in this game also a5, a4, I doubt it was completely necessary to play. I mean,
still.
Maybe he wants to go knight c5, but I doubted that it would be good, right? to regroup it to b3.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked if this didn't end in a draw. Also, Peter's choice of line. He's fine.
Actually, yeah. Rook d5. Oh, white might go g4. I mean,
Maybe
there are
the point.
some ways of ruining with black, actually. No?
No, yeah, definitely.
Let's
No,
have
I
a brief
guess
look at
he didn't want to play it just really passively. So, I
He
mean,
went knight c5.
All right, I'm moving on from this game. We'll go back to the fascinating knight c5, played by Ding.
yeah, regarding Ding, I have a theory why he plays so bad, because maybe it's very difficult to play when you are under constant threat of disconnection.
Yeah.
You know, like imagine you are playing a real life game and just at any moment, let's say arbiter can come and say, okay, you lost. I mean, then it's just impossible to concentrate. Maybe this is the reason. Because I think it's by far his worst tournament, I don't know, in last 10 years.
Candidates?
Yeah, it's a pity that he has this bad internet connection, and he has quite a few occasions that it happened to him.
Yeah, I don't think it's his internet. It's the VPN thing, but yeah, we're not quite sure what to do. But today, so far so good. He won the first match, the first game. And now is he putting pressure? I don't understand this position.
I don't know. It's like he putting pressure, or it depends on the next few moves.
But
I
black
guess
is doing fine, no?
It's very possible. I really don't get who wants what.
Why not just simply bishop g4, up knight b7?
I guess that is what it comes down to. Is that bishop
Knight
b4,
b7, queen c7.
knight c5.
Bishop e2.
And you protect a6.
Yeah. 2 in 1. Attack and protect.
Okay, but Vichy played another move. One that I don't get.
Knight d7.
I mean, if not bishop g4, if it somehow doesn't work. I guess if queen e7, there was knight take a6, yeah?
Yes, knight a6 was a threat. Well, even now it's a good question what happens on knight a6, by the way. But after knight d7, can't white go knight h6 anyway?
Maybe he will sacrifice an exchange, take on a6.
Just for a change, another exchange sacrifice, right? But I don't know, knight b6, a b6. Rook e6?
Yeah, rook e6.
Yeah, this can be, but...
And if we take your exchange?
I guess knight c4.
Takes.
Actually, my plan was to simply take on e8 and maybe even take on b6, and then I want bishop b7 and some.
c3.
Yeah, I don't know. There is some compensation.
You still need some tempies, right, to control the long diagonal.
No, maybe bishop b7 anyway.
Takes or queen c7 possibly.
I don't know. There is queen e4.
Yeah, that's true. No, black should have great compensation.
I'm reading in the chat that Magnus is a freaking machine, which probably means he made some good moves. Went rook c1, f6. Ooh,
wow.
f6 looks rough, no?
Yeah, f6 is not a good sign, is it?
Probably bishop e7 was a threat.
And queen a6 is tough. Queen a6 seems a very good move.
So if queen a2, just what happens? Just rook moves somewhere?
Rook f1 or rook e1.
Maybe e1 to protect the bishop.
Just in case, yeah.
Yeah, looks very nice. Very harmonious. Right.
You just want to take the pawn and then attack more stuff. Yeah?
Could black play bishop c1 instead of queen a2?
Bishop b4, now you want queen a2?
Or maybe just queen a7 and the d7 is hanging. Bishop d2, queen d7. Maybe that's the simplest. Rook c1 takes, king h2. No, queen c5. Maybe queen c5. A move earlier. Oh no, the bishop is hanging. So bishop f4, g3, queen c5.
King g2, like Kramnik.
Bishop d6.
No breakthrough. Looks so checkmate.
No, e5 is still possible.
Not that I would pick black, but
Yeah, understood.
oh, yeah, this looks very
Even
unpleasant.
this is very sad, I think.
Ooh, check knight g5. No, please go back from here.
We don't blame you, Judith. It's Nepomniachtchi's position. It's his fault.
No, but it's painful to see it for me.
He played queen a2.
So many white square weaknesses. Queen a2.
Rook b2. Very direct.
Exchange sacrifice. Takes. Check.
Queen a1 check, blitzed out.
Was this really the best option for white? King h2, queen a4? Why is it so good?
Maybe he missed this.
Okay, e5.
e5, maybe knight c4.
Ah.
No, I have a feeling that when Magnus plays a very nice game, then he wants to finish it brilliantly, and sometimes spoils by doing so.
No, but I think I don't think it's. I mean, after queen a4, really, what does he want to do?
Let's see if he's shaking his head. Nope, not yet.
Queen a4 on the board.
I don't know. There is bishop a6. I don't know how useful.
H or A?
But anyway, your suggestion knight c4. I mean, white even cannot avoid the exchange of queens, no? Queen b7, knight d6, queen e4. White is gone.
No, but it was after e5.
No, but here also. Queen
Here?
b7, knight d6, queen b6, queen e4.
No,
Hang on,
I
something's
wanted
happening.
to play bishop a6.
He played bishop
sorry.
to d1. Sorry, action. Bishop d1.
Queen
d1.
a4, bishop d1.
This is a good move.
And apparently queen d1 is a blunder. At least I saw this engine bar going all the way up. Queen d1, queen d7. The computer went nuts. Queen c2. I guess check.
So should have he played queen knight b3 or what? Because if queen b5, there is knight d4.
But knight b3, queen b6.
Yes, that's why I don't understand what was the right move. Okay, let's say queen take d1 is not a good move, but what is a good?
I don't get it either. Chat, anybody access to powerful technology? What could he have done?
But okay, how bad is it for black that the way the game went? Check. Queen e7, queen c7.
Queen e6, check played, king h8.
So what about d6? Yeah, that's the question.
This. d6 looks
d6
unpleasant.
takes. Queen f6, king g8.
One more check, maybe.
Should be checkmate, no?
Yeah, it looks not very promising for black. Bishop g5 next. So after d6, yeah, and it's on the board. So bishop d1 was a nice move. True.
Yeah. And apparently Magnus was much better all the way. I'm reading queen c4, but if that's the best, that's very sad.
Okay. Maybe that's the best, but that's good bad news for black.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, very nice game, very nice game.
Carlsen about to take the lead in the juggernaut battle. Both Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi had won all their 7 matches until today.
For me, it makes top 3 of nicest games there. And all 3 are different. One is Ivanchuk Dink, just straight attack. Then Leko against Danish, positional masterpiece. And this one is a total chess. Here is everything.
But I want to add the Anand Kramnik game. Even though Vichy lost it, it was such a beautiful game where in this French he played bishop g6, knight f5, sacrifice all the pieces.
But also Ivanchuk Leko was quite nice, no? That was an impressive game where Chucky was sacrificing. I mean, some of the nice games we had.
It's too
but
many
do you think
games.
all this was sound? Like after queen a7, white is practically winning?
Seems like that, yeah. Even more impressive, no? If he anticipated this queen a1, queen a4, and saw bishop d1, like he's really playing well.
Brilliant move.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. So I guess we can maybe leave Jan with his sorrow alone for a couple minutes.
So what's going on with Svidler and Kramnik? Well, actually, Svidler is having well, rook is on c7, black knight is on d6.
I mean, I think still a draw is an overwhelming favorite, but if both of them go down on time, then of course everything can happen. So let's see.
Here, draw a bit of a favorite too?
A bit, yeah, a bit.
Let's have a look at Gelfand Leko. We've ignored them.
Black.
Looks like a nice Boris game, no? Putting some pressure?
Yeah, it looks like some kind of Ruy Lopez went a bit slightly wrong for black. The structure.
Okay, Boris is a little better.
What's the first time you met Boris Gelfand and Peter Leko, Judith?
Peter Leko, I think it was in the Hungarian Chess Federation. He must have been like, I was like 10, 11. So he was like 7, something like that. And with his trainer at the time. And he was great talent. I remember two names like this exactly, very similarly, that they told me. His coach at the time, he came to me and said, Peter Leko. So just to make sure to remember this name, he's a big fan of you, but you will hear a lot about him. And the other one was when in 2003, Simon Agdestein, who was at the time the trainer, I think, of Magnus, in Benidorm, I was playing a rapid event, and we were both watching some game, end of the game, some big playoff on something or blitzing, and then he was whispering to my ear, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen. Remember this name very well, because you will hear a lot from him. And then Gelfand, and then Gelfand I met, I think, when I was 12 or so. He was also visiting in Hungary. We were friends, and ever since we keep contact in some way. He was always an example, kind of. He was always so passionate about the game that he's also key figure, I think, in the chess scene. He's like, if you think who are the people who can be a follow-up of Viktor Korchnoi life attitude, I think, being a chess player and chess competitor for so many years, I think it would be Gelfand, who I would name first. That probably he's also going to be playing chess and doing stuff on the chess tournaments as Viktor. So he's really passionate and fantastic player.
Yeah, he's been in the top 30 of the world for 27 straight years, which is probably as long as you were female number one, more or less. So you both shown some incredible longevity over all these years.
And he also made some changes in his preparation, his attitude. He started to work with younger players. And it is a very important thing for players time to time to rethink themselves. And who can do it, they can stay in the top.
Yeah, I remember when I started playing chess or following chess was also late 80s. Boris was already number 3 in the world. And then you have a look around in 2012, he's still playing a world championship match. So he's always been there. Always kept working, as you mentioned. Nowadays, he's been working with Dubov, just staying in touch with the new generation. It's just very impressive.
Well, I remember when he started to work together with Elyanov, and
also,
he was the young talent, and so he was always looking around and keep the pace for developing himself and changing. But now he has a nice position. The question is if he's going to be able to strengthen it all the way to win, but it's not going to be easy for him.
We should mention that the Carlsen Nepomniachtchi game is over, and it was a cruel finale here after d6. Sasha didn't want to see the carnage, but we should at least inform people.
Very nice game, actually.
Oof. Just crushing. How do you checkmate if I, let's say, play b5?
Well, knight f7, knight d8. Just going the boring way.
No, it's a nice construction, though. The knight blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, great game.
Very nice game. Very nice game. Really, this bishop d1. Very impressive.
You must have seen so far ahead, no? It's just superb.
Well, this is what happens when someone plays f6, right?
Yeah.
I mean, practically Black's position fell apart because of the f6 move. But it was very shaky here. I mean, after queen d3, the pin, it made the c3 bishop tied to there. So it was kind of Black had to play only moves, I guess.
Yeah, I guess maybe computer defense, but
yeah, why not bishop b2? That I didn't understand at that point. Or did he play bishop d2?
No, he played f6, and then after bishop d2, he went for the
but
bishop
why
c2.
not bishop b2 immediately?
I was also wondering.
Was it rook c8, bishop e7, or what?
Maybe this bothered him.
But I'm not sure. I think black can take and knight c4. Or maybe check on
worse,
c1.
Looks
Or
better
check
than
on
the game.
c1 and then knight c4. Even queen c5 is interesting, attacking the f2 pawn. What do you think?
Looks much
I mean, the b2 rook
more
is not
double-edged.
so active, right?
Yeah.
But okay, this is what happens, that sometimes you make one mistake and then you're gone against Magnus, right?
Very much so.
It
Also
seemed
rapid
like
chess
an
from
innocent
Ivan.
mistake what Ian did. So what's going on here?
I don't know. You tell me. I guess only white can be better with this a pawn.
I'm not sure. Well, now it seems like white has to exchange queens, right?
We have
Takes,
to
takes,
take
bishop moves away.
somewhere.
And rook g3 check. Well, actually, it's black who plays for a win, no? King h2, let's say rook h3 first, king g2, rook c3. Well, bishop f3 is a threat. All pawns are hanging.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, rook f1 is not possible to bishop h3.
This happened. King g2 on the board. And ding. No, Vichy decided to just take on d1 and c2.
Ah, actually, yeah, maybe this is a better, it's a simpler way of, sometimes things are simpler than I do it.
Vichy also, in general, he likes clean solutions, no? He likes to...
But I'm not sure this was it the best, or maybe white had rook b1 if we would go rook c3. Maybe that's what he was worried, and for good reason. King g3 and rook b7 and a7. Because the way he decided is just a draw. He's not better at all, I guess. Bishop f6 and white is grabbing the e5 pawn. So takes d3, bishop f4.
Yeah. Feels like
But
maybe
then,
black.
probably rook a7. Bishop b8 and rook a6 is a draw already, no? Takes d2, rook a1, bishop f3. Yeah, because if you don't go rook a1, you go rook a7, rook d7, then black has bishop d5.
Yeah, let's show that 1 second. d2, check. King g8 probably.
No, here you lose because of bishop f5.
Ah, bishop f5 even. I wanted to show this. Yeah,
but if after bishop f3, then it's bishop d5. Well, actually, you lose in both cases with white. Yeah, but okay, so this is actually a forced draw, it seems to me.
All right. Yeah. They're both out of contention. That's why we're spending less time on Gelfand, Leko, and...
Yeah, actually, he played rook a7 earlier and grabs the a6 pawn. And how is Anish doing?
It looked
Let's
extremely
see
drawish all the time.
Well, black can't be worse, right? I mean, the knight on c5 stands great.
Hang on.
Probably rook e1? Rook e1 and knight c1.
But isn't b5 winning?
Ah, okay. Oops.
I got confused. Knight d2, rook e2?
Well, it looks definitely... No, it should be lost. Rook e1, rook e2.
Because I also have knight a1.
Oh, beautiful. I mean, not from the white side, but...
No.
And b5 is done. Poor Chucky.
Ooh, he got confused.
Yeah. But it's a nice way of doing it. Yeah, game over.
Wow, out of nowhere. No, this must have
been...
But
rook e1. Rook e1 is even better. Rook e1, rook e2, rook h1 mate.
We don't need... I was so proud of knight a1.
No, that was beautiful, but we showed to our audience that it's also... You shouldn't forget to trap a rook, but you might as well give the mate.
The game.
And that was it. This is the end of the game.
Wow, out of nowhere.
Yeah. Crazy. And white just played rook d8, giving the opportunity for black to play b5. Knight b3 and b5. Ooh. But actually, it's already maybe difficult for white because knight b3 is a threat which cannot be stopped. So probably b4 was the only move for white. b4 was a must.
Poor Ivanchuk.
Even, you know what? Knight a5 is possible as a defense instead of b4. It's a crazy move, but against knight b3.
Yeah. From such an equal looking position, all of a sudden we have to play knight a5. Wow.
Wow.
So Anish cruising very close to making the semifinals. I think if he wins this match, he's probably through.
Yeah. So do we have any game running still?
We don't have a lot of
Svidler,
action.
Kramnik is a
Svidler,
draw.
Kramnik ended peacefully. Anish wins. That means we're left with Gelfand Leko because Ding Vichy.
Oh, that's an interesting endgame. Rook endgame. King c6, rook c2.
Are you an expert on rook endgames? Peter Leko told me when he was 11 years old in Keshkemet, he learned all the rook endgames already.
Well, I was also studying quite a lot of rook endgames at a very young age. Like weekly, I had some sessions on rook endgames. When I was maybe 8 or 9. We had the Löwenfist Smyslov, these yellow books, but also others. And we were playing a lot of training games on specific theoretical rook endgames. So I felt that I'm okay. But these rook endgames, you have to know and you have to feel it very well, but you have to count very well, of course.
Did you hate rook endgames as a kid? I tried looking at them, but they never stuck in my head.
No, actually, I like them.
Wow.
I like them. And I remember that I was also successful in some games. One of the best performance for me, I remember it was against Gyula Sachs, who was at the time one of the top players. And I was 13. We played a team championship match. And I decided with my image, having the really tactical player, I played Sicilian d4, cd, queen d4. And I said, okay, he's a very aggressive, so I go solid. And we had a drawish rook endgame, and I won. I was very proud of that.
So maybe there's something to these rook endgames. I think Gelfand, he also said that at age 9, he already played rook endgames on a level of many nowadays grandmasters. So,
but I think white is winning now. No?
I don't know. I guess you build the bridge and queen the pawn?
Well, I think black has to go. Black will be behind in time. So you cannot take it because b7 wins on the spot.
Yeah.
You have to go somehow rook e3, rook b5. Yeah. Well, yeah, rook e8, king. Well, you can go king b6, forcing matters. I think you win a tempo, right? Rook b8, rook c8 takes on b7, and there is no way that white is not winning this.
This looks hopeless. No, the king is back very quick. Yeah.
No, but maybe Peter did something wrong with grabbing the pawns. Maybe he should have brought his king.
Which position?
Even here, you know, even after f5, if h5, couldn't he go h5? No, rook c4 is a waste of time. No. Rook c4 is a waste of time, I think. King
g6 here, maybe?
Yeah, definitely. I go king g6. If b6, king f5, rook a5, king f4. Now it's a completely different story.
Yeah.
In endgames, you have to go for the king. King. Definitely can't leave the king behind in endgames.
What's the numeric value of the king in an endgame? Have you thought about that? Is it like worth 4 points or 5 if we say a knight is 3?
Actually, I never thought of what points or values I give to king, but I always felt that my king has to be... Actually, most of the endgames, if you think about it, is decided on the king, the state of the kings, right? If your king is in the right spot, then you win the game. If it's in the bad spot, you're just behind in tempos. So it's kind of very strange that in endgames, I think you can make such a general rule, especially in rook endgames, but in general endgames also, that king is one of the most powerful attacker.
Was always a problem for me because I'm a chicken, so I hike my king somewhere on h1, then I try to win a pawn on the queen side, and then you get some endgame, and my stupid king is on h1, and they make a draw or they beat me because their king is active. It felt very unfair that the rule of the king changes so much.
Yeah, this is one of the very interesting things in chess, that without queens, you somehow, the king has a different role in the game.
Yeah.
But now it's going to be too fast. King g6, king d6, king h5.
Maybe even some rook c4. We don't need to.
Or king e6 first, king h4, rook c3, or king f6. Nice. I mean, practically, it's hard to go wrong with white. Yeah, you're too professional. You don't take the f6 pawn, so we have to calculate for white. You just go for grabbing the pawn with king f5.
Okay, even these calculations are probably doable, but why bother?
Yeah, and rook c8.
Barely.
Well, it's not good news for Peter.
No.
But okay, Gelfand is one of the players who was always pretty good in endgames, and he paid quite a lot of attention to that also, all the time. On f4, king e4. I guess that's the simplest. King h5, king f3, or rook h6.
Rook c6.
Yeah, you're full professional. You don't give a slightest chance to black.
Okay, this is not bad either, I would argue.
Yeah. It's also not so bad. Yeah.
No, I'm not great at rook endgames, but the ones with extra rooks, I'm pretty.
You have all the self-confidence to win them, yeah?
Yeah. Here I'd be very confident. And Gelfand has won indeed. So let's sum up the results of this round that included masterpiece by Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, Magnus made the masterpiece. That's clear. No other game can be compared to that one in this round. Then, well, Svidler Kramnik game was not so interesting, right? It was simplified from the very beginning. So it was clear that Peter is not going for a hunt. And for Giri, it was a nice finish, nice way of taking his chances. That was a nice catch.
Yeah, also very relevant for the tournament situation, because Giri, if he were to lose his match, he would still be in danger. But now, winning that game, he looks in control. Vishy's troubles continue, and Gelfand might still have a mathematical chance, probably small, but if he wins the match against Peter Leko. We will go on a brief break. Judith, if you need a brief break, want to grab a drink or something, you've earned it by all means. Yeah. And Tanya will fill us in on what's happening in the social media, aka the real world.
The only thing happening in the real world right now is Judith on the broadcast. Yeah, and Judith, I would love it if you stayed on, but if you want to go and come back, that's fine too. But there are just some amazing questions for you that I think everybody wants to ask. Do you think you can?
I'm okay.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's. I think we have a few minutes before the next round begins. So let's get up a couple of things that people have been saying first, and then we move on to the questions. Max with. And again, these are just a few of the stuff that's coming in. Watching the commentary with Judith and Jan, one has to wonder whether Judith should be playing and winning the Legends rather than commenting.
Thanks, whoever said it.
All right, let's go on to the next one. Stephen with, I missed the Judith era of chess, so did not know much about her. She has been absolutely excellent on this 24 broadcast. More, please. Judith, you've commentated in the World Championship, the candidates. Do you enjoy commentating? And are you going to be doing a lot more of it?
Absolutely, I was quite happy when I was asked to do the World Championship in New York 2016, and it was a great experience. And I always have ever since a great joy of being around with my colleagues who I was fighting so many games, and as I know them pretty well, and I have a lot of experiences at the board and off the board also with them. Of course, it's a great nostalgic feeling, but also at the same time, I'm happy to see the newcomers and the new youngsters. But it's already, I think I must say that it's the second generation that I'm following already, because I remember when Magnus was 13 and Karyakin and some of the others who were very young and talented. And then now I see the newcomers, of course. Well, Vidit is also not so young anymore, right? For example, or Firuza and the others. So it is very interesting to follow new talents, how they excel and how do they give a difficult time to Magnus, for example, or if they do. And it's also very interesting to follow from Magnus's side how he's handling the new talents and how he encourages them and how much he's following and the candidates, for example. So it is a very interesting thing for me to follow, and I always have great fun to see the games now also, and the candidates also when I was commentating in 2018. And here also, in rapid games, of course, sometimes the quality of the games not necessarily so the best level, but even today we saw just now Magnus with Nepo, which actually is quite an amazing game and tactics what Magnus found. So it's I'm happy to be here and I'm enjoying it.
You're happy to be here. You're not alone in that. That makes pretty much all of us. Judith, you mentioned about this new generation, which keeps moving on. And as you said, there are so many youngsters today. You yourself are working a lot and are such a big ambassador for our game with your Chess Connects Us program. Out of all this young lot, with Firuza and Xiong and these uber talented kids, who has impressed you the most?
Actually, all of them in different ways, but something is very similar, that they are the new generation. They are using technology. They are so resilient. They are so flexible in changing openings, ideas. They are much more open to each other, I think, than I remember when I was a kid and I came into the era of Kasparov, Karpov, and it was always this heavy, this oh my god, it's like you were in one room with one of those legends, and then you were talking about it. I remember in the Olympiad, Kasparov they told me that he's watching my game behind my chair, and then I was like, oh my god. And the new generation already starting, I remember with Anish, for example, for me, it was strange that he was just so casual talking to Kramnik or to someone else. And I see it with others also, I think, that they are very open, casual. It's not that they don't have respect for the big guys, but they have all the self-confidence for telling their views or arguing or discussing, making some critics about the moves of the legends. So it is interesting to follow it for now. How the new generation is excelling and how they increase their self-confidence, how do they handle the changes, how do they handle everything, and how much are they eager and they see the potential that they can be really challengers of Magnus.
That's very fascinating, because whenever we talk about how chess has evolved, we speak about opening theory, we speak about how the computers have come in and changed so much, chess engines have come in, the format has gone shorter on time. But I think this is really interesting that even the players and their outlook and their approach and their personalities have shifted a lot over time. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, but I think it also has to do a lot what kind of world champion we have. And while Kasparov, for example, was an incredible world champion and he's really one of the top legends and he'll always be, you could see that he has a very strong personality, and he wants to make sure that everybody understands before making a single move on the board that he should be the boss on the tournament, right?
Wow.
While with Magnus, you could see from his very young age, like the first book was published about him when he was 13, I remember. And he was late from the opening ceremony, I think, when I played in Holland, because he made a book signing session. And he was always very different. He was very casual, very open, very honest. And I think this also makes the chess world moving in this direction, that he's talking to the youngsters, to the talents. So he's not unapproachable, right? He's very much interested. He hangs out with people, and actually most of the tournament he hangs out doing sports, like doing soccer or basketball or whatever. So I think this makes very special the chess world right now, and it makes it very interesting. And I think it can be also very appealing for the youngsters, for the newcomers. So Magnus is really paying attention who and how they develop, but he's also very open, and he's ready to talk, discuss, or maybe even to play blitz. So he's much more approachable. And this generation, I think, represents this than, let's say, when I was a kid.
Wow. Yeah, super. No, I think Magnus is definitely, like you say, a very, very big influence and a big ambassador for our game. Judith, you were mentioning about Garry Kasparov and his presence, and I want to ask you about that a little. You know, we have heard about what a powerful and an intimidating personality he had when he came on the board, how difficult he was just to sit opposite him. You've played against him, you beat him. How is it true? Is that description of Garry accurate?
Well, Garry was always a huge fighter, and he was never going away from a big battle and a big fight. And I think it has to do with his growing up, the way in the Soviet Union. Of course, there were a lot of great players. And of course, his match against Karpov, or let's say it matches, the years that he spent together with Karpov, I think it made a real impact on his career, and how difficult it was for him to win and overcome and become number one. And in those times, it was quite obvious, and I heard it from many different people, and he said it himself also, I think, that practically he was on that level that only with Karpov they could have such a high level discussions about chess, that probably others not always understood necessarily. So they were somehow on a higher level. And then yeah, he's a very, very strong personality who always wanted to tear apart his opponent, whether it was me or someone else. I think he was always fighting with himself, being a perfectionist on every detail. I mean, he was the person who brought in the approach, how professionally you have to be develop opening theory. And he always loved the computer engines, robots. I think he was always someone who was kind of a leader in this, that he was looking for those developments in chess and how it can be developed in this way. And I mean, he was frightening, of course, when I played with him in the first time, but this was really amazing. I never had it against anybody else, that before making a first move, he really wanted to make sure that you understand that you're going to lose the game, but okay, let's do the show, right? But we all know what will be the end of the game. And it was not only against me. I remember it was Ljubojevic or some other guys, even very drawish games, they just lost, right? Because Garry was sitting on the other side, and for sure he knows things better, and they collapsed. And for me also, unfortunately, I lost a few games against him, where my biggest problem and pain was not because of the fact because I felt that I didn't give the fight which I was able to. And once I started to have some interesting games against him, when it was a great battle, that was already the first success for me against him. But he was always extremely competitive in everything, but in chess. And well, later on, I was very fortunate, and I got an invitation from him to visit him as in Croatia, where he visits every year for the summer, and I had a little training session with him. So that was something really obvious, that he means that, okay, after all, I can play chess on a certain level, that he's also interested to spend a few days to play chess. And actually after that it was a human relationship. We were spending few days together in the beach and talking, discussing on banana boat, having the struggle. And then it was next year when I was able to beat him in a rapid game.
I'm literally listening to your stories and getting goosebumps. It's just so incredible to hear these stories from the past, and what you said about this phenomena and this aura that Gary had about himself, where it was just difficult to even sit in front of him, and even for the best players to produce their best chess. And Judith, we've seen something similar with the Magnus effect. At least I think it's gotten better now, but especially there was this period, I would say, around from 2013 till about 2015, 2016. But even now, last year as well, he was winning everything. That the very best players in the world also struggle a little bit playing against him. But he's not as scary or frightening as Gary. So what do you think? What do you think it is about Magnus that makes it so difficult for players to play against him?
He plays too well. This is the main problem for his opponent. I mean, this is a problem. Trust me. I mean, you know it when you play against a stronger player, or where you think. And of course, the psychology of the game is very important. When I remember a few years ago, well, quite a few years ago already, like when I was playing in the London Classic, I remember talking with Vladimir, and he was saying that, yeah, Kramnik, Carlsen is playing incredible, but okay, he's great, he's fantastic, but the big problem is for the others, they can make a draw and it can be a balanced game, but how to beat him? And this is a big thing, that how to beat him, because he's so good in many parts of the game, and he loves the game so much, and he's so dedicated and passionate about it, and he showed it so many times that he can win games from a drawish endgame. He can win game from nowhere, right? Creating something. So he just shows that he's world champion in rapid, in blitz, in classical, and of course, the more he's showing this and demonstrating, of course, the players each time they say, "Oh, yeah, maybe only a little, but he's still better." He's extremely competitive. I think maybe we can say that he's the most competitive player in the last decades.
Okay. Yeah, and I can, of course, go on with a million questions, but we've got only a few minutes before the next round starts. So let's get some of the questions that were asked on Twitter. And Kevin says, "Hi, Tanya, if there was a women's chess legends event, who would Judith invite? Love her trilogy of books, and she has a great style of play, direct, aggressive, like Spassky and Anand, maybe." That's interesting. But Judith, I love the first part of it. If you were to host a women's chess legends, who would be in your Judith Invitational?
Wow. I would have to think, because I'm not very familiar with many of the lady players, but well, from the actual players, there are quite a lot of
everybody from the history of chess, from past. If you could have anybody play, like, let's say 3 names that come to your mind at the top of your mind.
Well, with Vera Menchik, I would be curious how good would she really be. Gaprindashvili, I think she was amazing. She was an incredible fighter. And but from nowadays, I think there are many girls who have an incredible fighting spirit. But well, it depends from what perspective you look at it. The chess-wise or in complexity. In complexity, I like, for example, Katerina Lachnau. The fact that she's a fighter, the fact that she's a wife and a mother of 4, for me, it's amazing. So, but of course, I went a little bit out of the chess part. So, but I would still like the ladies to show that they can compete on highest level with the guys. But of course, Hui Fan would definitely not be out of the tournament.
Definitely, yes. Okay, let's get another question up. It's by Raja, and he says every time I see Magnus play, he's a pawn down, but he doesn't lose any of those positions. He keeps getting better and better. And Judith, this reminds me of your conversation with Jan about how top players always prefer initiative over material. Do you think that would be an explanation for this?
Well, he loves initiative. That is very clear. And actually, like last year in Norway, we were discussing this when I was commentating there, that he started to play a little bit in the style of AlphaZero with playing h4 and just giving up pawns here and there for a later stage to get something out of it. I think initiative is something very much he keeps in mind. Actually, it's just the most natural way of playing for Magnus.
Yes. Okay. And Judith, more questions, but perhaps they're only okay. Last one coming up. Judith and Jan, in your eyes, and I see Jan has joined us, so Jan, jump in on this as well. In your eyes, who is the legend of the legends? So who is the MVP of legends?
Oof. Out of the ones playing here?
Whatever your list of legends is, Jan.
That's a tough one, because by choosing one, we say all the others are less legendary, no? And anyway, having to pick.
I would say Anand.
I was trying to buy some time and then saying Vichy, but Magnus might overtake him if he sticks around for a little.
No, because Magnus obviously is of course he's a legend already, and still so many things to come in his career, I think. So we have plenty of time to name him.
Fair enough.
That's actually something that
no disrespect, Vladdy. I love you.
No, we love Vlad.
In fact, that's something that Magnus himself said, that it's only once he hits 30 that he can consider being part of the legends. But isn't he almost 30
like 3
now?
months away, no?
3 months away. All right. So legendary status in 3 months for him.
I can't do math. November, it's probably more than 3 months.
So he's halfway already, feels himself legend.
Let's quickly update everybody with the current score situation before we jump over to the next round. And Jan Nepomniachtchi needs to at least hold the game to be able to go into having a chance in the fourth game. Magnus leads with 1 point going into game 3, and we've got liftoff. So over to Jan and Judith. We'll be back with more action from the real world soon.
Thank you so much, Tanya. In Nepomniachtchi Carlsen, Nepomniachtchi sticks to his c4 followed by g3 setup, but Carlsen changes. He played c6 in game number 1. This time around, they transpose.
The real Catalan comes.
Catalan.
Right.
Judith, have you ever played the Catalan with either color?
Yes, with the black pieces I played, and I played against, actually I played against Alexander as well. We had a very, very tough game on that, but I played against Kramnik, Karpov as well. I had many games. It's a very complicated system. I can't say I was a huge fan of it with the black side, but I had some very interesting games in that with Karpov.
Oh, yeah, I'm being ignorant because somehow I think of you as like a King's Indian player, but you probably had 15 years where you played knight of 6 e6, no? So you get
yeah, but later on I had to switch. They killed my King's Indian. Actually, Vladimir was the killer in that with his 9b4 system. Actually, he stopped, I think, me, Kasparov, and many other King's Indian players to switch. And
attack, huh?
After a while, I couldn't afford it to play only the King's Indian. Yeah, this b4 was very unpleasant.
So we have a modern line in the game. Nepomniachtchi, Carlsen, d4, bishop b4, bishop d2, a5.
a5?
Yeah. Bishop e7 was the main move, and then you play slowly and argue the bishop is misplaced.
Well, that was the way I was playing. It seems like I'm an old-minded.
They still do that. At least they did that yesterday. We had some fun games yesterday. Little off topic, where we had some stuff like queen c2, c6, and h4. Boris Gelfand played.
Wow. Who played this? You?
Boris.
Boris. No, this is what I'm saying. You see, 20 years ago, if I would play h4, they would think they should send me out of the playing hall.
Times are changing.
But I don't understand how this position should be working, right? I don't know where the pieces should be placed. But nowadays, you just give up pawns and you have funny pawn structures.
Let's see what happens in our game. Oh, I think I know this line. This is, I believe, Kramnik to Palov from the World Championship match or something similar. I'm not sure.
Maybe Alexander knows. He's back.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, it was the queen c1, queen take d2. It was a bit. I mean, the black line is the same, but white played different.
Yeah.
It was queen c1, bishop d2, queen take d2. Yeah. And then c6, a4, b5, take queen g5, castle, take b5. And so that's it.
This stuff, yeah, that's what I meant. Anyway, what is this now? b5, some long-term compensation things, and b3, or do you play with white?
No, I think a4 first, yeah.
Is this Vichy Bluebaum and these games?
Maybe,
Bluebaum,
I'm
Vichy?
not so sure. I'm confused by this.
Anyway, away from theory, this kind of structure is sort of typical long-term compensation, no?
Yeah. I had a similar one against Nakamura in Paris.
It seems like a position where Magnus would like to be on the white side, no?
He likes healthy positions, yes.
Yeah. E4.
That's less typical, no? At least you don't see it that often.
Yeah, but I guess it's sort of blatant approach. You want just to play e5, knight e4, then maybe threaten knight g5. So black will play h6. But usually it's okay for black. But maybe...
Knight e7?
No, I guess e5 he wants to play. I think he might just wants to play e5 next move. e5 and knight e4. No matter
he plays knight a6, e5, I guess knight b4.
Yeah, queen b1, knight, I guess g5, knight e4.
Knight d3 always blocks checkmate at least, no?
Yeah.
What even
No, I
F5?
think black is fine. Yeah.
Can't you go F5? Or is it too?
You can.
It doesn't look bad at all for black.
I agree. I totally agree.
All right, let's move on. Another Kramnik Sicilian with a king on the queen side. He doesn't listen to us. This is the line he played against Ding, maybe?
Yeah. It's Lila's recommendation.
But after F3, H5, is this the new fashion or what?
I mean, already this bishop e3, f3 is a new fashion.
Okay.
So I guess that's his Indian.
But I like that Judith is also complaining, because every day I'm here complaining about h5, h4 in every position.
I mean, I like h5 kind of moves, but usually I thought that it's not against the bishop c4 Najdorf, you know? And when I see these kind of moves like h5 in such a position, I have a feeling that it's the influence of the engines.
Very likely.
And I guess I'm not far away from the truth.
Sounds very likely. So what's going on now? Bishop d7, king b1, queen c7. What's the white plan?
The plan, I think, is to somehow break through, to sacrifice something, because otherwise, okay, black just will play a5 sooner or later and just...
Well, I guess rook e1, no? Or bishop g5. Be prepared for sack.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That white just has to sacrifice quickly something, some knight f5 or.
Let's say I go before you go knight d5.
But I don't think it's good, no? Takes on d5. Takes.
Yeah, that's not how white usually dreams to sacrifice.
No, but maybe after b4, still white can go knight e2. And if you go a5, no, bishop c4 not possible because of knight e4. So maybe instead of bishop g5, after all, to go rook e1.
Kramnik played a3.
Okay, he didn't want to face b4.
So his play is very risky because let's say if black plays bishop e7, if he isn't time, play bishop e7, rook b8, a5, or better yet, castle, then rook f b8, a5, and okay, it just will collapse for white. So yeah, I think the, how to say, the onus is on him to prove.
Well, basically, white lost 10 piece compared to an English attack, right? Because
yeah, and also his bishop is actually worse placed on b3 than on f1, I think. I mean, it just comes under attack.
Yeah, what you're showing, Ian, perfect on the board. Exactly. So my bishop is on b3 instead of f1. So the only profit out of this, that white can go rook e1. But otherwise, we cannot be too proud of the bishop on b3 because probably it's maybe
also
not
often
on
a
the
target,
best
no?
one.
a5, a4, or b4, a5, a4.
We have a3, queen b7.
Yeah, queen b7. So Peter doesn't even want to spend time on bishop e7. He just wants to do it immediately.
Peter looks so concentrated.
But I'm not sure queen on b4 will be standing so well.
No, I mean, he wants a5. He just protects the...
Okay.
I mean, no, he doesn't want b5. I don't know. I would play rook h1 and just
Actually,
see what
even at some point, black can go e5 and take on b3 and bishop e6.
Yeah, but maybe... No, but I want to go to f5.
Knight f5. Knight f5.
Yes.
That's true. True.
All right,
okay,
let's
rook e1, a5.
Anish. With white against Ivanchuk. Anish up 1.5. Some freestyling here.
So if e5, then knight take e5.
That's why he went to e7 to cover the bishop. So Anish just played rook ad1.
And if h6, I guess he will go to h3, yeah?
Need to cover the pawn.
Okay, but black position looks quite reasonable.
Maybe knight e5, knight c6, if f4.
No, I also like very much the move Ivanchuk made. It's very, very solid and very harmonious. Then he wants rook a8, and
yeah,
then he decides.
It's a good question what the knight is doing on g5.
Yeah.
It seems black is completely fine.
Yeah, I guess he managed to get what he wanted, just some kind of fighting position. Not standard.
Yep.
Actually,
Oh.
white has to be careful on the e4 pawn. What's going on with an end?
I don't know. He keeps playing this strange line.
H3, queen f3?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit different. No, this is more or less a normal one. He played a strange one against Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah.
But this looks nice for white.
But it's kind of one of the main lines, and I mean, it's like black is supposed to be okay, but yeah, but it's a fight. I mean, I just mixed up because with Nepomniachtchi, he played the same line, but black didn't play bishop e6, so he saved two tempes, so he didn't have to play bishop e6 and then bishop c8. So I just mixed this up.
So what's here? Well, I guess he's gonna take, no? What about a, b, and knight takes b3?
Oh, I don't know. I think he will play a3, bc2, maybe rook g1, because that's how he reacted with Jan in a similar position. That's why I think so. But I don't know. Maybe here, when he is up some tempes, he might play different.
He did take.
Well, after all, it's a pawn, yeah? If bishop
but now
bishop h7 is possible on bishop c4.
Oh, board vision.
Well, I still see this kind of thing. Maybe h5 instead of taking? Just to be...
Ah, you even want to checkmate us?
Yeah. Takes g7. Rook h7 and g7 should be good enough. I guess, maybe not, but I thought so. Maybe not.
Yeah. All right, probably won't happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I would just go knight d7 maybe here. Just to finish development and claim that I have long-term compensation.
I think Ding is just trying to repair his image after Sasha called him a material Ding yesterday. He wants to show he can sacrifice a pawn.
So after knight d7, what, h5 or g5?
I don't know. I maybe want to bring my knight to c4 if possible. If knight b6, I don't know. White has knight a5 maybe. But so I don't know.
Oof, too sharp. Let's go to Leko Gelfand. It's going to be less sharp.
Just go queen c7 or something. Ah, it's a hedgehog again, but not in that match.
Okay. Not much happening.
Became a hedgehog. Black is fine.
Yeah. I guess bishop a8, yeah, is a logical move. Just to prepare a6.
Yeah, actually, black is not even obliged to play a6, right? He can just wait.
Yeah, it will be a long game, especially since Peter has to win. It will be a very long game.
What do you think about Nepomniachtchi Carlsen? It escalated a little bit.
It somehow feels like black is up material, when in fact it's the material is equal, but somehow it feels like white sacrificed something. I mean, or lost something. So black wants knight g4, I guess. Where does the rook? And also he wants knight take e5. white doesn't protect d2. So I guess rook c2 will be the move.
But can you sacrifice it, or that's too much? Takes, knight c1, queen e3.
But I will just take with the queen on f6.
Yeah, and e5.
But I will have now check on e2 always. Queen
And knight
h6 maybe.
d4. And knight
Queen
d4.
h6. No, queen h6 just check.
Yeah, yeah. No, that's too much.
He played rook to c3.
And knight e5.
Knight takes c5. Using the fact that knight e5, queen d2 works. So what does Nepomniachtchi want?
It's strange because it looks like black is clearly better, and this bar shows just a very slight advantage. Maybe just take and, I don't know, play rook a1. I don't see a good way. Then, I don't know, but it just looks
But black is much better.
bad. Yeah, that's what I don't understand, because we have this bar near the live board and it shows like...
But it seems like it's just there. It's just there showing equal.
Okay. Like this, those new electronic thermometers, they also show some strange temperature sometimes.
Yeah.
It seems like black has a huge advantage. It's just a pawn up.
Knight takes e5 plate. Queen takes d2.
So white has to go rook a1 or what? No, knight f3.
Knight f3 back, he plays.
Rook at knight f3, you have to go only move, kind of.
Covering e1.
But okay, queen d7.
Pawn up.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this...
And the strong b5 bishop.
Yeah, looks clearly better for black.
Well, this was a bad news for Ian.
The good news for him, he's already qualified for the semifinals and pretty much locked in, at least into the #2 spot. I'm sure, whenever these two play. A lot of
But
prestige.
After this game, he will be not happy.
Agreed. Will Peter Svidler be happy?
It's white to move. It's about time to play knight f5, maybe, don't you think so?
Knight f5, or now finally f4 is possible, because for me, I don't know, this bishop c4, bishop b3 has to be connected with f4. I don't know, for me bishop c4, bishop b3, f3 is strange. So maybe f4, and we want finally some e5.
Well, e5, knight f5, I guess.
Oh, yeah, now without sacrifice. Yeah, you just wanted to play knight f5 with a sacrifice. So, yeah, should be promising.
Maybe black can go a5
Whoa.
after f4.
e5?
No,
E5
a5 after f4. Yeah, a5. Is it possible or no?
So e5, you want e4, yeah?
Yes, I'm not hiding it. Maybe I even take on e5 first, you know?
Or what?
I don't know. I don't know if it's good or not, but...
Yeah, it's very logical, very logical. I don't know.
Didn't happen. Kramnik went e5 directly without f4. D takes e. Rook takes e5.
Eventually...
Judith is frozen like Zasha's favorite movie. She'll be back. In a minute, I'm sure.
Yeah, okay, so it's complete mess. I don't know what to say without Judith. So maybe let's move to some game
Some
where
peaceful structure where we can.
it's possible to understand what's going on.
This one is also a bit of a mess.
So we have this position we were
Knight
discussing.
e5.
Yeah, it happened.
Queen c7, knight c6, knight c4. Okay, maybe white doesn't want to go knight c6 immediately, of course. Maybe white wants to go h5.
Who's better and why?
No, I'm sure black is at least okay. I mean, this king is just too vulnerable. Even, I don't know, even some bishop p2, just to exchange. And knight c4, I think, is a huge threat. And if take on b6, then g5 will be hanging after queen b6. So.
Scary. All right, we got Judith back, so the break's over for Kramnik Svidler. What should black do?
Well, if castle, maybe white wants to go bishop f6 and takes on h5. g6, h3.
And the point is after rook take h5, white wants knight d5, yeah? That's the point.
Yeah, okay, that's a threat. Yeah.
But no, a5, after a5, I guess we don't want it.
Yeah, after
Yeah,
a5,
just to
you
show
can't
the-
have it.
After some rook fc8 or rook fd8.
So a5 is a good move. Good move.
But then we take d4 and
Knight
take the
knight e7.
You got lucky. I went to c8, not b8.
Yeah.
It's not only that, but after king f8, knight c8, rook h8, mate, we have to. Yeah.
It's very random, mate. Castle's played.
Svidler went castle.
So what else? There is knight f5, yeah? Or it's nothing. Then black
Knight f5 takes and knight b3.
And just
So the rook is
simply
in
bishop
trouble.
e6. And the rook is here.
Rook is in trouble.
Yes.
I
Knight
think
d5 played.
Knight d5.
Oh, knight d5.
It's clever.
That's a nice one.
Whoa.
And
Did
it's so
Svidler
nice
miss
that it's killing, no? It was a blunder.
Looks like, no?
Beautiful. Yeah.
So
Cunning.
what happens exactly? And Svidler quickly played knight take b3.
Only chance, no?
Only move, yeah.
And what happens now?
What about queen b4 and knight c6? Knight f6. Takes, bishop f6. King h7 only move. Knight b3. And white won, right?
Looks good. Just to illustrate.
Yeah,
Wait.
that's a neat mate.
And yeah, queen takes b4 played.
And I guess
Wow.
what now? Knight take f6. Some
Yes.
checkmate. Uh-huh. Yeah, so it seems like the
Nice
score
move.
will be equalized after this game.
The chat is rightly very kind to Judith, but wrongly very mean to Sasha's phone. They're saying, I think Sasha's phone is older than most of the viewers.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Don't. So yeah, Judith called out the line. That happened.
Rook d4. No? c3 is also not bad, but rook d4 and everything is in trouble for black.
Maybe some king g6.
Rook f4.
Yes, but then how do you make? Ah, you made checkmate still.
Are you sure you want to check that out?
Ah,
Rook
yes,
g5, rook h4 will be tasty.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Judith, you must be thinking, had you known they would play all these Sicilians, you would have played in the tournament. No, you're just crushing an announcement.
Well, yeah, if it would be a Sicilian theme tournament, then it would be possible to think about it, right?
Have you
need to have
played
another
this
one, like-
Buenos Aires tournament?
Yeah,
Yes.
94,
Yes,
yeah?
I did, and I played some good games, memorable ones for me. Yeah, rook b8 is still the only move, and if rook g5, well, not much to do with black. Bishop e1, g3. Oh no, the g3 we cannot go because
no.
bishop f3 is hanging. But okay, after bishop e1 is yeah, still white should be showing how to mate, right?
Good news for white is he's also a pawn up, so you don't need to mate instantly.
So maybe instead of rook g5, rook f4? That's what should be the move.
Keeping options, that's a nice move.
Yeah.
Again.
And it's on the board also.
What do we do? King h6?
King h6, rook g5.
Yeah, king h6 plate.
Well, of course, rook g5, bishop e1, g3. But after g3, you know, rook b3 might be a move.
Rook where? Sorry, before it?
Rook b3. Well, maybe rook b4 also. I thought rook b3 and bishop d2, so to enter into different colors.
The problem for black is also that he's a pawn down, apart from being mated. So
what about
Speaking
g4?
of down, Nepomniachtchi is a knight down?
yeah, but it's maybe closer to a draw actually.
Trap knight. Weird position. Plays h4.
H4 maybe is a bit
rook
too...
d5, rook d1.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That it's maybe a bit too lazy, this h4. Too
Well,
relaxed.
it's like I have time for everything, right? Your knight is stuck there.
h4,
But maybe
h6.
it's a draw. Isn't not possible? Just simply a draw with rook a7, rook d7.
Maybe, but
Wait.
Theoretical draw.
Funny position.
Amazing, no? I mean, Ian is incredible in savings as well.
He has nothing to do for black, no? Once you get here.
yeah, I guess.
What a beautiful saving.
And Jan is smiling. And Magnus should not forget about the clock. He has only half a minute remaining.
Oh, he went through d7.
This feels like the mid-2000s when computers were better than humans, but sometimes you could swindle them into some long-term fortress or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Rook b8.
Rook a7.
Is there more drama coming? Also 19 seconds for Magnus. Okay, 7, knight g3.
Ah, okay. This is sensible.
If rook f7, knight h5, so you have to take.
I guess maybe with the
With
king.
the king.
King, yeah, because this check is unpleasant. King takes plate. Still a draw, yeah?
Yeah, because after rook b3, h3 is a problem for black, I guess.
Yeah, 10 seconds for Magnus. 6. Ah, he made a move. And he played rook b3.
Ah, king g2 is also possible. But no, maybe after king g2, black is better. Rook e4, rook f7, rook g4, and rook h3. Right? King f1 and rook h3.
Slightly better, yeah.
So, well, it's a pawn up. And if f3,
f3 plate.
but maybe it's similar, you know, maybe rook b6, rook f7, rook g6.
He plays rook g1.
Rook g1 was
Similar
played,
intentions. Okay. King h3, can go f6. King h3. Where's the king go? h2 or f2? King f2.
No, it seems just like a draw, I think.
Yeah, it will be difficult to look for more rook f7.
Rook g6. What does he want? He wants rook b2, rook h2 or something? Okay. Ah, rook b5. All right, should be a draw. Let's go back to Kramnik Svidler.
What about bishop d2? Rook g8 takes, bishop g5, and rook f6, right?
Looks good.
Or king g7, rook f6 anyway.
Or knight c6. He goes bishop d5. I'm reading Blundermere Kramnik. That's not a very good nickname. Blundermere. Also, did he blunder? He's winning, no?
But maybe it was somehow simpler, I have the feeling. Because now I think Svidler has some chances. Okay, king g7. And what's going on with Anish? Can we take a look?
course. I have
They're
no
also
idea what's
down in
happening.
time.
So black has the two bishops.
Yeah, very
Guess black is
complicated.
fine, no? Yes.
Bishop h6.
H6.
Yeah, black seems to be fine for me.
Zasha left us. He might come back, we never know. But for now, he's gone. Because you people hurt his feelings about his phone.
Okay, so knight e2. Well, he's going to be winning rook f6 and knight f4. I guess knight e2 was a strong move. Though probably
No
bishop
tricks,
d2.
bishop d2.
Rook f6 goes back and knight g3.
Ah, yeah, that takes the fun out of it.
Still, bishop g5 takes, king f8. Or you know what? Even more h4. Maybe h4 is possible. King f8. Now we misplayed it, I think.
Game continues. Yeah, this is on the board. Peter has been a very, very tough defender, no?
Yeah, and especially in rapid, of course, in a second you can come up with an interesting move which your opponent was not aware of. Rook h6. What a nice move. Nice move by Vladimir. We had some rough tactics in the Ananding game, I see.
We missed out on the action there. Oof.
Yeah, and it was some...
Things winning.
Wow. Ah, okay. So it's just over. Of course, the fight will be on.
Let me just quickly see where we missed. Ding has
Wow,
won.
b4. Ah, okay, but that was a blunder by Vishy, no? Something went really wrong.
Somehow he lost an exchange, no? Let's see.
Yeah. Something went wrong.
Yeah.
What happened with the Nepo game? They agreed to a draw?
I would assume so. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, further down.
Here it is. Yeah, draw.
Draw. Okay. And then, okay, Svidler is fighting. What about Chuki's game? This is going to be one for Svidler,
This is a
I
mess.
guess.
Let's stay here.
f5. So on e takes f5, what black wants to do? Also, knight d5 is very scary.
EF played.
But bishop f4, rook e7. But hold on, what about queen a8 check? Queen g2. If king g1, bishop e3.
Ah, takes, pawn takes.
Takes, queen f4.
Looks bad.
Bishop h3. It does not look very funny for white.
So what happened?
Things are happening very fast.
Rook e3, yeah, they're blitzing low on time. f6,
Powerful
queen
move.
f7. Knight d5, rook e2. Will Ivanchuk manage to complete one of these games? He's played so many nice games, but often he stumbled.
Well, he
Very
was
close to the end.
famous on his time travels in classical game as well. But now bishop g2, bishop d5.
Winning, no? Bishop
It
g2
seems
played,
so.
king g1.
Ah, bishop takes d2 is also possible. So which one is he
Which
gonna
one do
do?
we take? This one, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah.
He played bishop d2, piece up.
For a pawn. For 2 pawns, actually.
Rook f2.
Well, now he has to exchange. Rook takes
no?
f2, takes, bishop takes d5.
Bishop c3.
Bishop c3. Yeah, you're too professional. You don't go queen d5 and then we'll see. No, you go for the sure thing.
You're providing all the excitement. Whenever we can make it boring, I'll chime in. Exchange a bunch of pieces. But Ivanchuk has found a better move.
Wow, queen a7.
Queen a7. g4, bishop e1.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
I guess not forced. Bishop d5 is probably not horrible either.
Bishop f3 is also not bad.
How many winning moves can we spot? Bishop d5 played.
And rook f2 after that.
Yeah, Anish will resign now.
So equalized, yeah?
Yeah.
Wow. So who is playing on? Still Kramnik and Svidler, right? And what about Gelfand lost?
Boris lost to Leko. Got checked.
Yeah.
Oof, what happened here? It was bad already. Rook d7. Double attack, threatening checkmate and the queen. Okay.
But probably things went wrong already before. And how is still going on Svidler game? Actually, Peter is fighting.
He's been amazing defensively. Yesterday against Magnus, he was in trouble every game, but made 3 draws out of 3 bad positions. Then went down on the 4th. To hold this together, this looked so horrible. Good job, Svidler.
Well, and they are down to half a minute. What an a4 pawn. King b4. Or knight d5, knight b6. Knight b6. Bishop c6, knight a4, rook a5, rook d1 check.
Even this not clear if you win now. Like king somewhere take.
That's true. True.
Knight b6 on the board.
I'm not sure Vladimir will win this. Maybe king b4 is a must. Give up the pawn on f3 and then go.
They're making moves so quickly. So knight a4 played, rook a5, rook d. And he goes king b4.
Now king b4. But still, rook goes to a7, let's say. It's a serious spin. Well, c5 and rook a3.
Keeping everything.
Yeah, c5 and rook a3. And then actually 2 pawns is 2 pawns. Of course, black will go rook d7, looking for rook d4 and counter chances.
Okay,
but black will be going
e6.
e6 and king f5, yeah.
Yeah. Could we start with rook a3? Just to avoid the king coming.
Yes, but now you can go rook b7 and rook a7, so it can be perpetual maybe.
Yeah. What's happening? They're making moves.
Okay.
Rook a7 played, rook d1 check, and knight b6. B7.
But I think this Vladimir will be winning already.
You think he will win?
I don't know. Well, I thought black has to go e4, but maybe he doesn't. In any case, knight d5 next. Extremely powerful. Oops, check. Okay, this intermediate was important for black's defense.
I'm reading he missed a winning idea. Some knight c8
d5?
check. Where could that have been? Knight c8
Or here he
check
had
was
to
winning
go.
somewhere. Maybe here. Ah, yeah.
Well, king f8 you must go probably.
Yeah, how's this winning?
It doesn't seem so obvious.
No.
Well, he went with his rook to f6, which is a great outpost. But still he has to win.
Yeah.
So black is going to be just doing nothing with his bishop on a1, let's say. h1. Or bishop e4.
I like this online Svidler, fiercely concentrated, defending all these black positions. Very, very resiliently.
No, he went
Very
bishop
toughly.
h1. No? No.
Rook c6.
Wow.
He has counterplay.
But okay, knight. Knight. What is knight d5 actually?
95. Okay, c5
Oh,
was
okay.
played.
Yeah.
King e6, knight e3.
Because I thought
Yeah.
knight is, yeah, if knight e3 could be done, but I'm not sure the pawn endgame is.
Oh, I have no idea. Could be a draw.
I think it's a draw. But okay, let's go back how it went. e4.
He's not even a pawn down anymore.
Well, king e3, king g5, knight e5,
He went king
bishop
d4.
e8,
Yeah.
c6.
We take
No, you can go f6. You can go f6.
also. You're playing for a win already, huh? Bishop a4 played. Yeah, it's just a draw, no?
King e3? Okay. Oh,
7, king g4.
well, this is not much for playing for a win. What a saving by Peter. What a saving. Right? I mean, he was so
Amazing
close
defense.
to lose. Unbelievable. Wow. Wow. He really gave in the best defense he could. Well, until the position he got, lost position, it was not good. But after that, he got all the possible chances. He created all this.
No, if we go back here where he's a pawn down and getting mated to survive this against Kramnik.
Yeah, I mean, here, I think Vladimir couldn't believe it that after rook b8, it's not mate within a few moves.
Yeah.
And this defensive idea of bishop e1.
Yeah, great job, Mr. Svidler. Now, okay, Kramnik can try a bit, but there's no hope basically. The bishop will always control the c6 square.
Yeah, there is no real chance practically, right? I mean, white goes to d6, and so what?
The diagonals are always long enough that it can.
It's long enough, yeah. I don't even know how you can try it. No, knight b6, bishop b5, not bishop e8 because knight d7.
Yeah,
So this
the
is
hope.
one way of blundering. But Peter,
This he will figure out.
yeah, he could have blundered with king is on e2 for black. Yeah. No, this will be a draw, and it's not going to be a fun feeling for Vladimir. He's shaking his head. And Peter is in the setup of focusing as he had before, and now he understands that, okay, there will be not possible to have
He's relaxing. And
any
he's up to
challenging.
1.
Yeah.
That must be extra sweet for him, no? His, I guess, childhood rival, the guy who's always been there. These things don't go
Well,
away.
this was not an everyday kind of saving, right? I mean,
No.
against Vladimir, you didn't think that you have too much chance of saving such a position as they reached after move 20 or so.
No, very impressed, Mr. Svidler.
Yeah, Vladimir is upset, I guess.
He has his new policy to play out every position till the end. But this one, there is very limited hope, no?
Well, Vladimir has this policy for quite a few years, right? In
Yeah,
his
yeah.
last few years of his active career, he had this, that I remember in the Berlin candidates where against Fabiano, I think he was just avoiding draw in a few occasions, and then he went on losing because he wanted to force matters and wanted to win so much.
Yeah.
But this is a painful one.
No, I think you were also doing commentary at that time. We should have fought for a Kramnik clause, no? Because he made us miss dinner at every tournament he was playing, like in Vike and the candidates and so on. You would always sit there for 7-8 hours because his game would keep going.
Yeah, but he had very interesting games.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So we were not sitting there for nothing. So it's a lot of entertainment and excitement.
Not so much excitement to be found here. This bishop just controls the pawn.
No, but in these positions, top players also, it's so painful that he ruined this game that it needs time to adjust his psychological mindset to agree to a draw and to be able to move on to the next game. So I always thought that in such a cases, the players are already thinking how to analyze where was I winning, and then to tell the opponent that I was winning here. You see, I was winning in one move. And of course, here it's not the case because everybody is online. But mainly the main reason is that he's gaining time, I think, for the next game. And how to make it. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But
but you're it that he knows it's a draw, but he needs 10 minutes just to calm down.
Yeah, psychologically it's difficult to accept that he had such a great chance and he missed it.
Now at least he can go knight d7. The problem is that the black king is there.
Yeah, exactly.
Controlling that pawn.
Finally, 2 kings.
You can try to get a fork in, but I'm not sure there are any legal moves that don't prevent.
Well, black can lose only by blundering something.
Yeah. Not gonna happen. Just follow my rule, Peter. Keep the king and bishop on squares of a different color so you can never blunder a fork. He didn't do it.
But now it's already, the king is really close.
Yeah, there's not much to play for, is there?
No. Well, it is painful from white side.
Yeah.
And it's typical that I experienced it, that in such a cases when a player had a winning possibility and then ruined it, then they give up and they give it to agree to a draw in a much more difficult So they tend to play for long moves just to play.
Who was the toughest opponent for you in your career out of these guys, like Kramnik
No,
or Vichy?
Vladimir was one of the toughest because actually I couldn't win against him in classical game. So that was kind of missing from my career, to win against him in classical game.
But you played the guy who played knight of 3, c4, d4, no? Not the open society.
Yeah, but I was playing with the white color also against him. But somehow he was so stable that I remember that in Vacanze 2003 maybe, where I made, of course, he played the Sveshnikov, which was killing me. And I got a worse position, worse endgame, and actually he was winning if he would have played precisely. But I also found some incredible savings. We were obviously the last people to finish, and it was like 7 hours. But I felt like it's a victory, you know, to save that game. So I had the feeling of a victory, but actually I never won against Vladimir.
I remember that game. Yeah, it was some try and fight.
Yeah, yeah. It was even the winning plan was very complicated, and he had to be playing very precisely. But I saved it, so that was one of the greatest savings in my career.
Come on, Vladimir. Enough is enough. Must be 50 move rules soon, no? Like this is move number 98.
Wow, it's already 98 that he's moving on.
No, they start at 67, so no, he still has some time. He can still make 20
I don't
moves.
even know what's possible to try here.
Nothing. Because also now if you get knight d5, you can just take it. King d5, king c7.
Well, things sometimes are too painful. He knows it that practically after giving up this, Peter is leading, right?
Yeah.
So it means that in the next game, where Peter will be playing again knight f3, d4, g3, he does not have much of a chance unless Peter goes wrong in some crazy way.
Yep, it's a very tough spot. And if he loses this match, then Peter overtakes him in the standings. Peter currently has 11 points and Kramnik has 12. And Kramnik faces Magnus Carlsen in the last round. So it's a tough spot.
And Magnus is not going to be easy on anybody.
No, he's not known for charity. And also he said yesterday in the interview, if he could kick out Kramnik in the last round, that would be extra sweet.
Yeah, that was an interesting remark, I must say, when I heard that.
I think they're on good terms. No, they play training games and all that. I'm sure they're fine.
Well, this is exactly, I think it shows that, for example, this game that Vladimir did not win this, that he stopped a year and a half ago, competitive chess and training and stuff like that. So these are the things it shows when you're not so serious as a real professional anymore, that these very slight things, obviously everybody knows that he should be winning, and even if you don't play for a year and a half in classical game, you still obviously would win this. But when it comes to the game, when it comes to the tension, when it comes to the fact that, okay, it should be winning by itself. And I think also he had a big time advantage, right?
Yeah.
They will go all the way until stalemate, it seems.
And the game has finally been drawn. c6 check, he tried bishop c6, knight d4, but Peter cunningly, to stop him from playing another 50 moves, when king a8 gave that bishop. So,
well, they are both very tired. Exciting, but painful for Vladimir, and great saving for Svidler.
All right, let's have a look at the results of this round and the current standings in the matches. Peter Svidler, after this draw, should be up 2-1 against Vladimir Kramnik. Magnus Carlsen It's not updated, is it? He's up 2-1 against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Anish Giri, Vasil Ivanchuk is 1.5. Ding Liren has kicked out, or has defeated Vishy Anand, 2.5. And Leko Gelfand, 1.5. Going to the wire. Tanya, what are people saying? We can't hear you yet, but I'm sure we can soon.
Yeah, and a lot going on. But the other thing that's very exciting for everybody is the simul that's going to happen with the legends playing in this event. A reminder to all, Magnus Carlsen will be doing a simul, and you can guarantee your spot. And it's a spot guarantee. There is no lucky draw, nothing. You extend your membership to a 2-year plan and you get to play against the world champion in a simul. There are going to be other legends as well playing a simul. We'll have more updates on the dates on that very, very soon. Also, don't forget hot drops in our chess24 shop. Lots of cool merch, including some mugs with team legends and team millennials. You have your pick. You're spoiled for choice. If it's not enough to drink from a mug which has the legends, you can wear a legend as well. Because I hear there are some cool t-shirts and some cool sweatshirts and stuff like that. Check it out. Of course, consider going premium if you're enjoying the broadcast, if you're enjoying everything that chess24 has put together, all the chess that's happened so far. Definitely consider going premium. A great deal on with 40% using the code CHESSLEGENDS. Unlimited access to various series by world champion Magnus Carlsen, by world champion Vishy Anand, by Peter Svidler, by Jan Gustafsson. You have so much to learn. All you have to do is go premium, support the event, also improve your chess. What else we got? Let's take a look at what was going on our social media channels while we had the exciting chess up. And Gear soon with, there is no doubt anymore, Peter Svidler is the new Minister of Defense. Yes, a moniker bestowed by Jan Gustafsson on Peter. With Karyakin not around anymore, definitely deserving. We saw how he held on to his games in his match against the world champion Magnus Carlsen. We saw what he did today. Nothing short of miracle this last game, as Judith and Jan were talking about it. Completely dead lost. It looked like he was about to get mated at some point. Surviving that, absolutely amazing. Let's bring on our next. Oh yes, we are. Before we are probably going to take a short commercial break before the next round. But before that, I had to show everybody this amazing photograph that was sent to us by Arthur. Arthur, thank you so much. And let's have a blow up of this photo because I found it extremely cute. And brownie points for whoever guesses who these two legends are. With that, we're going to go into a short break. We'll be back soon with Jan and Judith for the final round of today.
Go for a hike in the woods, preferably off trail to make the trip even more stimulating for your brain. Nature walks can also reduce stress.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at Chessable chess24.com. Chessable. Take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
And we are back. We are about to kick off the final game of the day. But before that, wanted to bring up some of the love that we've been getting on Twitter. Let's have it up. And we see Raghava with Judith. She has come back to commentate. She's a total killer. It was a joy watching her. I see that Judith has joined us. Judith, what was your opinion about the last round? What a brilliant save by Peter that was.
Well, it was a brilliant saving by Peter, but at the same time, I was sorry for Vladimir not to be able to convert his huge advantage. And it was some nice tactical idea he played with knight d5. And but Peter was very calm, and he was going on and fighting until the bitter end of the game. He had quite long moments, I think, while he was almost getting mated with the two rooks of Vladimir. But you can make sure that for Vladimir, it is very painful. Even though he retired a year and a half ago, these things are painful when you cannot convert kind of a winning position where you think already it will be finished within few moves.
And we also had a tweet from Fuxia saying, I could listen to Polgar all day long. Judith, it's amazing what's happening on social media right now. And a big shout out to Jennifer Shahade. Jen says, what a treat to be watching this commentary. Jen's, of course, a great commentator herself. Big shout out, big love to Jen. And I think we also had some more from John, another supporter of chess24. He follows a lot of the action that goes on here. Thank you, John. And he says, please ask former women's world champion Judith Polgar, at what age did she first defeat her older sister and equally amazing chess legend, Susan? Thanks, really enjoying. So, Judith, when did that happen?
I think it was around, well, in the house, in the apartment, I won against her probably when I was 9 or 10 in the Blitz game first. But, and in tournament competitions, we were not playing against each other. Like in 99%, we just made a prearranged draw because that was a family agreement. And for the piece. But I started to get better when I was like 13, 14. It was clear that around that time I'm taking over against Susan. But she was very supportive. I remember when I was 10 or 11, she was always the one who was telling me that, well, she's going to be much better than I will be.
Well, lots more coming up, but we do have liftoff in the game. So back to Jan and Judith, and we'll be back with more action after this round.
Thanks, Tanya. Move are coming in. Magnus Carlsen going for 1d4 in this maybe last game of their match, which seems to have become his drawing weapon of choice. Magnus Carlsen up 2-1, so a draw would secure him victory. And after he lost that one must-draw situation against Anish Giri a tournament ago, playing 1e4, is now switched to 1d4, and quite successfully in these situations. Jan Nepomniachtchi tries to mix it, playing d6, g6, knight f3, knight f6. Judith, what do you think? How big are his chances to make something happen here?
I think it will depend how he will be standing, what kind of position he's going to have around move 18, 20, whether he can make a little messy position. But it also depends about Magnus, whether is he going to be ready to fight and he takes his sword out and really wants to kill Jan in this game, or he's going to be more solid. In such a position, I think if he goes for the solid option, then there is not going to be too much of a chance for Jan, or it will be very, very, very difficult to create some surprise for Magnus.
Yeah, I would expect him to be solid, I think, when it comes to wrapping up match victory. He's been quite pragmatic. Yeah,
it seems so far it's pretty calm what is happening right now until this point.
Yeah. G4.
Bishop e3.
92. Should
92.
92 to prepare h3.
h3.
Looks fairly solid.
Yeah.
Vladimir Kramnik chooses the Caro-Kann. Greetings to our friend Erwin Lamy, who will return for commentary one of these days, and who just
Well,
finished
it's not
course on
easy
the Carlsen.
to play in a must-win situation, right? When you play with the black pieces against Svidler. And right now, of course, Kramnik has to be overcome on his psychological mindset, what he created for himself, missing out the win in the previous game. So he just wants to play out a long game, I guess, and give a chance to Svidler to confuse himself. But it seems like a very solid game also.
Yeah, he plays this trendy line with knight f6, knight takes f6, ef6, accepting double pawns, but getting quick development. Svidler knows this line because Magnus Carlsen also used it against him. In that game, Svidler was pressing a bit.
It's hard to imagine that you play for a must-win situation with black, right? It is a really challenging.
There are no good choices.
Yeah.
I think here,
yeah.
Bishop e3 is what he did against Magnus as well. The main line is knight e2 when they play h5 and argue that it's complicated. But this is Svidler's weapon of choice.
Bishop e3. It would be so obvious to go knight e2, no? But okay,
yeah, I think the point is after knight e2, this h5 is fashionable, directly against the future knight here. So I think his point is if black now plays h5, that
knight f3,
then you can
right?
put it here maybe. I'm not sure. Or start with castles. I'm really not sure.
Well, if white goes long castle, then I think that's what Kramnik is aiming for, to have some sharper game. And later on, he's going to be playing b5, a5, knight d7. At least it's a complicated game.
Yeah, makes sense. He plays h6. Now maybe that the pawn didn't go into h5. Maybe now Svidler goes knight e2. We'll see.
I would be surprised if Svidler would be castling long, to be honest. I would expect that he goes on a more solid way. Knight f3 or knight e2 and castle short.
Yeah. After bishop g4, maybe we can provoke him into castling queenside.
But that is, yeah, probably bishop f3 is not annoying for white takes, and the g5 will be powerful.
We'll find out. Kramnik has a lot of work to do to unbalance this.
Wow, look at what do we have with Magnus? It's a piece sacrifice already.
Oh! He played h3, bishop h5.
Yeah, he made sure that things are happening here. Sharp.
Well, you have to make something happen, so might as well. Yeah? Magnus accepts. Of course, the normal move would be something like takes, knight d7, but here.
Yeah, okay, but what are the chances of creating something sharp here, right? So in some ways, it's understandable by Ian to play bishop h5.
Yeah, provoking g4, Magnus obliges. Yeah, it's only 2 pawns for the piece, but at least the white king is exposed. You could
Queen d7, right? That's what he played, or rook c8
with
first?
rook c8, hinting at knight b4, a3, queen d7.
Well, I think actually Ian made a good choice after all, because for sure Magnus is not necessarily feeling so comfortable. He knows that he should be okay, but actually I'm not sure that this sacrifice is not sound, because white cannot move his knight to f1 because bishop f3 and the d4 pawn is hanging, right?
Can't just go d5, this knight.
Yeah, d5 seems to be the move, but then maybe bishop h3 first, or the knight g5 will be the move. Knight g5, knight d4, knight takes h3, queen h3, bishop g4.
Keeping control, even though.
Yeah, queen h4, bishop c8, bishop e5, knight f3.
I just want rook c8.
Also, okay.
Who needs rooks?
Yeah, yeah. Knight f1. But okay, knight c2 is also sometimes in the air. And if bishop e5, then rook e3. But queen d3 is also possible, maybe. Well, there are a lot of tactics here.
At least it's fun. I mean, what's the worst thing that could happen? He could lose the game.
Yeah. I mean, draw or loss, it's practically the same for him, right?
d5 played, bishop takes f3, he went, knight f3, queen g4 check.
Oh, so where is he going to be moving? King h1, he's gonna go.
What's the idea? Knight e5 probably, yeah? Takes queen h3, what does he want?
Yeah, but it goes on king f1 also, black can go here, right? Takes queen h3, king g1, bishop e5.
Magnus goes king h2. He must have some rook move in mind now. Does he?
King h2 is strong. But maybe in...
Why?
Okay, what about rook g1?
Rook g1, there's knight f3.
He went knight g5. Look at this. Queen h4, knight h3, bishop g5 with the trap. The queen is threatening. Exciting things.
Looks smart, no? Defends everything. Yeah.
But the e4 is hanging.
Maybe he wants f4.
Rook c2. I don't know. Just
You
go
will
for
checkmate
it.
me. I take it back.
I don't know. Knight g5, queen f5.
Knight f2, maybe I still hope for knight g5.
Knight f2, bishop, knight f3. But probably it's just king g3.
I'm scared, but still stuff attacked.
No, it seems like everything fits for white.
Still, one could see blunders happening here. Also,
But what about queen h4, knight
h3, no? He could go
knight h3, and what about f5?
What about king g2? Just
h1. This is a sad story for black. Okay.
Yeah, he played king g2. Yeah, that's much better.
Oh, this is painful. Well, this is painful. What about rook c1?
Queen.
And if bishop h6?
Okay, I'll try to be greedy first. f4.
Okay, bishop g5 takes, queen e4, and f6. King g3 you go? Another option actually, instead of queen e4, to play immediately f6. Here.
Still a mess. Nepomniachtchi plays bishop to f6, rook h1, and now rook c1.
Okay.
Oh, has Magnus missed rook c1? Let's check the camera.
It seems so, right?
This looks like he's missed it.
Oops.
Oof, he has missed it. Yeah. You can see his face.
Yeah.
Wow.
You see, there is always a chance if it's a mess around.
Yeah. Especially in rapid. And wow, agony from Magnus Carlsen. He's really annoyed. Oof.
This is so interesting, you know, that what kind of and type of position the top players are ready to play. Of course, they are excellent and they great calculation. But I remember when I was playing against Gary, I decided that I want to play that the way that he feels uncomfortable.
Right.
That's how I played. It was one famous game of mine. I said, okay, whatever it costs me, I will have to attack his king. And then it was a fantastic draw. But sometimes it works that, you know, that when the other one is uncomfortable, even if he has a good position, you see he can blunder. But actually, what would be the good move? So after all, maybe knight h3 was better?
Yeah, maybe it wasn't as smart, because of this rook c1 resource, which you pointed out already. Oof.
Or knight, yeah.
Also, how big is the damage? Is black just winning after rook
No,
c1?
actually, no, I don't think it's winning. Queen takes, queen g5 takes king g3 and f4.
And black has 2 pawns for the exchange, so he's probably fine, but not exactly winning. Yeah?
Well, I guess bishop f6 or knight d7 immediately.
I don't know, rook c1 or whatever.
So maybe knight d7 immediately.
Oh, yeah.
For this reason. And
Like
after
f4.
f4, bishop f6. Yeah.
Takes.
Well,
oh,
yeah, activity should be... but then e5, right? After knight c5.
No, you could see black winning this at least.
Well, bishop f3 or king f3. Better king f3.
Yeah.
And if rook e8, then bishop e5. If bishop f6, then e5.
Yeah, maybe just take and hope for the best. Something else happened. He played
Oh, that's not very nice for white.
rook h4. This version, rook c3, weakening his pawns. This looks
Oh,
worse,
this
no?
is such an ugly pawn structure, isn't it?
This knight on c5 will be as good as the rook, no? Just dominating.
Well, this is definitely a position where you want to be on the black side, I guess.
Oof. When the match looked like it was over pretty much, rook c1 comes, and now Nepomniachtchi has every chance to force 2-2 and the Armageddon.
Wow.
Magnus looks absolutely disgusted.
Well, I don't know objectively how is it. Maybe it should be reasonable, but it's knight c5.
Black gets to have all the fun at least.
Well, it's very painful, right? Rook b4, bishop f6, then black goes h5, king g7, bishop e5, king g6, pawn push. The problem is for white that what is the counter chance? What is the counterplay he has?
Nothing.
He just sits and waits, right?
Magnus continues to force the issue.
He
Maybe
went
best
e5.
chance. Maybe he's tilting. Maybe both. Went
Yeah,
e5.
he just didn't want to see this passive.
D-E-A4.
Wow.
He keeps throwing pawns at Nepomniachtchi. But it might be the best chance as well. Just trying to disrupt it. Because now at least
But
there's
why was the need to throw away the e1, e5? Because he just didn't want to see the bishop on f6, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah. Now the piece is...
At least now he can dream of, I don't know, a5, rook b5, and some...
Yeah, now that's his concrete strat, right? Rook b5 and a5.
But his pawns keep disappearing. a4.
Yeah, it's getting
turn.
less and less. That's true. Bishop c4.
Magnus starts with d6. What is this? ed, bishop c4, d5? I don't get it.
And then rook b3. Bishop d2.
So I have a bunch of pawns. No, this could be winning. 4 pawns, probably winning.
That should be winning, right? Bishop d8, bishop b6, maybe.
Yeah. I think it's just steaming. This d6 ed also makes no sense. Huh?
Is that the last 4 moves? It was 4 giveaways, right?
Yeah. From this position, which is not great array. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oof.
Bishop a6, he went. Very interesting way of defending. Practically, he's aiming the only chance that eventually he'll get an opportunity to attack the f7 pawn. That's his full defensive plan.
But it's also a stretch, no? I play king f8 once, and it's going to be very hard to attack that guy.
But you see, in the beginning, we were discussing, I told you that how much all these top players, they are so eager to have the initiative and they don't go to passivity. And this is a great example also that he's just not going to defense. He's sacrificing, he wants in an active play. And then if it's going to be enough for a draw or not, that's another story. But he doesn't go for the, I cannot do anything and sit and wait whether they kill me or not.
Yeah, still.
But it's very shaky.
According to my count, after we exchanged this pawn, black has 4 pawns to 0. Which
Well,
should
objectively, probably it should be very good chance for winning for black, right? But from practical point of view, there are going to be a lot of
I
potentials.
also actually wonder, because we have these opposite color bishops, maybe they help white in a way, because it's easier to target stuff. Not sure.
I think so.
Bishop C4,
But what's the plan after d5? Just tie down the knight.
Still a bunch of stuff he can advance.
But okay, now he wants to go rook d7 and take the pawn.
Isn't that still winning? Like I play whatever?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too.
Such an endgame. We have the wrong...
We have the wrong
bishop.
corner. Yeah, the wrong corner that might help, but I'm not sure too much.
Magnus looks in so much pain. This rook c1 really ruined his week.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Yeah, we're headed for that endgame. King f5. It looks lost.
It looks lost, yeah? Wow.
Sorry, we're focusing on this game. There was so much drama. Hard to look away. In other news, Peter Svidler, who needs a draw, also has to work for it.
You know what was also strange? Actually, Carlsen has still 13 minutes in the game.
Yeah, but after rook c1,
They both have 13 minutes. And by the end of the game, I think they will both have more time than in the beginning.
Yeah. But we could get an Armageddon now between our co-leaders. Or technically Magnus is in first.
But of course, he's not giving easily.
Nope.
I mean, he should go king g5, f5. But okay, we can go to another one because they will be playing this out, I think, for quite some time. Does Vladimir has any practical chance here? Actually, it's interesting.
I was gonna ask. Could be, no? Isn't he pawn up?
He's a pawn up. No, not yet.
Not yet.
But it's black to move, sorry.
Yeah, the question is if it's wise to take, because there's some checks, I guess. I don't know.
Probably check and queen somewhere, queen d2. Oh, queen d2 or something. Well, it's not just a simple pawn, right?
No.
After all.
Now the question if black has to take, no, other moves come to
But
mind.
black can go bishop e6. Don't you think that black can just go bishop e6 and take stakes and put pressure on the e3?
Yeah.
I think it's quite unpleasant for white. Rook e8, f5. I wouldn't like to be on the white side.
Nope. Kramnik got more than he could have hoped for.
And I see we have some fun time with the Anish game, yeah.
I read in the chat that Anish is winning. Let's see.
Well, it looks kind of very shaky. Can he go f5?
F5 directly. Let's show.
Queen check. Exactly.
Any trickery? Bishop a2. You can just go king h8. Yeah?
Well, it looks scary a bit.
Yeah. For white, no?
Yeah. But maybe also knight f4 immediately. Maybe there are some tactics over there immediately.
Let's say
And
queen
some
e3.
queen g5 or
Looks very dangerous.
yeah, knight h3, king e2.
Do you see anything?
Not yet. Not the final blow that I don't see. So maybe knight f4 is not enough.
Anish taking his time. 4 minutes 40, 9 minutes still for Ivanchuk. That's intense
Well, f5 was a try, right? I mean, f5 is possible, but white can maybe go rook e1.
Say queen h4.
But there is also an idea, you know, maybe bishop b5 at some point with knight f4 and knight d3 in mind.
How do we do it?
I don't know. Let's give it away. Bishop b5 takes knight f4. White queen is not having necessarily good spot. Yeah, if you go there, knight d3, I guess. Huh? Takes king e2, knight b2. Ah, hold on. Ah, no. No, I had... you know what was possible also? Before to go queen g5, before knight d3. Queen g5, and after g3, knight d3, and the b5 knight is hanging.
Oof.
This can be...
Wow.
Yeah, this is when I say that the chessboard with the 64 square can be sometimes big. Things are happening, you know, on all wings.
Can't deviate. Queen c2, but you still have the same mechanism, no? Yeah. No, looks very good.
Doesn't seem to be too much fun for white.
No. Knight f4, queen e3 is on the board. Maybe still time for your bishop b5?
Yeah, it's possible.
He's played it.
It's played it.
Wow. Anish Giri.
Tactics from the sky.
The Dutch Polgar.
Alexander is here. What do you think about these tactics, Alexander?
Show me the point. So if I take
queen g5 and knight c5 to d3.
And then take on b5 at the end. And win, yeah.
But usually initiative theory is once again shown. Ivanchuk prefers...
Well, he prefers to still play on the game in this case.
Not lose. But also maybe the move order allowed him to, no? Maybe your move order was just better to start with his bishop.
Well, if white doesn't have a better square, then yeah, then bishop b5, starting with bishop b5 was... If queen c2 is not saving white. But I doubt it. Queen c2, also queen g5 and knight d3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an up and down game. Ivanchuk had an advantage.
Even knight d3 immediately, even maybe better.
We should mention that Magnus indeed lost his game, so Nepomniachtchi forced the Armageddon, and Nepomniachtchi chose the white pieces in the Armageddon that will start in roughly 8 minutes.
But we have to give the credit for Ian. I mean, he was playing with the black pieces against the world champion. He went for this line. He just smashed on g4. What do you think, Alexander, about knight takes g4?
No, yeah, I think it's an amazing achievement. And actually, he hit 15 minutes by the end of the game. So basically, he beat world champion on demand playing a tempo. I think it's a great achievement. But you know, I was saying that Nepomniachtchi has amazing potential since 2010 when we had Olympiad in Russia. And so we put several teams, you know, Russia 1, Russia 2, then Russia 3. Okay, Russia 3 was domestic guys from Yugra, but Russia 2 was young guys. And I already said that maybe he deserves to be in Russia 1. And, you know, people were laughing at me because at the point he did not have that high of a rating. But, you know, when he beats, you know, manages to beat his inner demons, he can play amazing.
Well, I remember Ian when I think I told to the others before that in 2011, I remember that he was such a big talent and everybody was talking about it. But I had the feeling that he was mentally, he was not there yet to probably to work so hard, or I don't know. And then for some time, he was just a great talent and a great player, but it was ups and downs. And then I saw that he was working with Karyakin and he became more serious and probably other things. And now you see that it's amazing.
Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, it took him 10 years, but yeah, I think now he's at the peak. I mean, approaching his peak.
Yeah. So what is going to be, Alexander? What do you think about the playoff? What is the mental state of Magnus right now?
No, it's not amazing, but you know, you cannot count on him breakdown. He's not that type of person. So he will fight, and I mean, it's still about 50-50 the chance. So what else do we have? Svidler was in big trouble, I think, and now he's completely okay. He somehow managed to not to protect his king and to grab this A pawn. I think it's a very big asset, this pawn. So, but in general, just look how difficult it is to make a draw on demand with white. It's very, very far from guarantee.
So who chose white? It was Ian who chose white, or I think so, right?
That's what Jan, I mean, our Jan Gustafsson told to us.
Jan chose white, yeah. Starts in 3-4 minutes.
And you know, speaking about Jans, I think it's incredible that given it's not the most popular name, I think if you take like two people with the same names, then two Jans are actually the strongest couple. It's Nepomniachtchi and Duda. I mean, it's not Alexander, it's not some John, you know, not even Wang, it's Jan. I think it's kind of...
Jan team is very strong.
Yeah. Okay, Peter's war, I guess, the strongest, maybe, ever. I mean, okay, strongest was Mikhail's, yeah? I think it's the only case when two people with the same name played a world championship match. It's Mikhail Botvinnik and Mikhail Tal. Then I guess Peter's war, maybe the strongest pair, Svidler and Leko. Or Alexander's when me and Morozevich were in the top. But now it's Jan's time.
Okay, so what do we see here with Svidler?
We struggle on the lower boards, the Jans, no? Like Smets, but he's retired. Timon is getting old. So maybe only on 2 boards. Anyway.
Yeah.
What happened on, okay. On Anisha, I see that there are a lot of action happening. Here, it's still a long game, right, with Galfand.
But Anish was already repeating the moves. So I think from the position they have, it's a very good sign for Vasily. I mean, he was in great
catch
danger.
up. So Ivanchuk gave the exchange, but took the G7 pawn. Queens got exchanged. Check.
Okay, so king, where the king goes to f4.
But I think they have a lot of moves more played. It's king h4, rook dg2, knight e7, king f8. dg2,
D, sorry.
Knight e7, king f8, take, h takes, king h3, rook g5, king h4, rook g2, and Vasily is thinking. I guess he's thinking because of the tournament situation. He needs to win this match 3-0. 2-1 maybe doesn't bring him a lot. Maybe you can bring the tournament table for a moment.
Okay. That I didn't think of.
Because otherwise I think it's crazy to even think about playing for a win here. With such a king, you know, it's like one check and it's a checkmate. So.
Doesn't look like black could be better ever, no?
Yeah, I mean white or black.
Neither actually, but yeah. White, I meant. Sorry. All right, let's see what else happened. Svidler needs a draw to defeat Vladimir Kramnik. Will he get it?
No, I mean he's pawn up.
He's a pawn up.
I'll take that as a yes.
You know, it's never too late to blunder, but like objectively, there is no chance for that.
Well, Vladimir missed his chance in the previous game, right?
No, but in this he had a clear advantage, like straight out of the opening, like after 10 moves. He played this fashionable line in Caro-Kann, and Svidler tried to be cute with knight f3 instead of the usual knight e2, and just immediately he was much worse.
What happened? He got confused? He forgot that bishop f4, or he played
No,
too
I
fast?
think, you know, when he doesn't know line really well, he just sometimes tries to make sort of a fresh move. And sometimes this fresh move is fine, but sometimes it's not.
He played this against Magnus. There it went well. I think Magnus didn't play h6 maybe. But this bishop e3 he already had. And we have liftoff in the Armageddon between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen. Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces. 5 minutes, needs to win. Carlsen with the black pieces needs a draw.
And it was a fast liftoff. It took just 20 seconds from Jan to develop all the pieces, you know.
And Magnus, he keeps playing with this theme. Alexander, you mentioned this the other day as a joke that you could get this position with queen takes d5 and queen back to d8. Here he goes.
Yeah, but it was not a joke whatsoever. It was very serious.
b4? Wow.
So I don't know. They still have sort of a typical, more or less, position. I don't know.
Both sides develop the pieces. Rook e1 to keep the bishop.
Bishop g4 is what a move. So if rook d5, then what's his point? And played, so will
No
he
problem.
take on e2? It looks crazy. Ah, just take and queen f6. No, queen f6 rook. No, queen b6. Yes, queen b6. So I don't know. Maybe it's a typical tactics, but otherwise it's extremely impressive that Magnus went for it so quickly.
Magnus is down on the clock, 2.5 minutes versus
Well, okay,
4
rook e4.
from Nepomniachtchi.
Rook e4, d takes e4. It's still.
Yes, but black is okay. I think, you know, to use this majority on king
Wow,
side.
look at this.
Decent. So he forced g5 because otherwise bishop had nowhere to go. What does Magnus do? Does he sing or what? His lips are moving non-stop. What's going on?
I don't know. I've never seen him do that.
It's like he's singing some rap or something inside.
Unlikely, no?
Wow, this is
steaming.
unpleasant. Whoops.
h4. No, I guess
Deep
maybe
boxing.
gh, yeah, gh, and if queen h6, hg, and you run away thanks to attack of f2.
Magnus still behind on the clock. Scary looking position, but
and what if rook is 3? Then gf2.
Takes on f2 and it's a pin, but
yeah, I thought king
f5,
f1, but
right?
then bishop c4 check, yeah.
And bishop f5.
Yes.
But bishop f5, e6.
d6. And then
Bishop e6, bishop e4.
Maybe queen d4 to no, queen d4, bishop e4, yeah. But does it create a threat? Maybe queen d4, bishop e4, rook d8, but that looks very scary, yeah.
He collects the phone.
E6,
wow, f6, king e1.
King e1 and maybe queen d4 to cover g7.
Wow.
And there is no mate pattern.
Magnus also down to 1 minute 23. Should note though that Magnus is also a very, very strong bullet player. So he's not.
Yeah, he is not Ivanchuk or even Vishy in this regard.
Exactly.
He's not going to. I mean, if you don't pose a chess problem.
But bishop d5. Bishop d5.
Okay, this is maybe a good try, but even here, queen d4. Yeah, queen d4. I think covers everything. So
seems like Magnus saved it.
Yeah.
For now, 1 minute left. King f1.
Yeah, okay, but it's rook d8 and
it's coordinated.
Yeah, incredible how Magnus is a magician, no?
These guys are so good at chess, it's sickening. It's really, really impressive. Rook g3, queen a1. And he's going to go for the perpetual.
Okay, unless it will be some kind of checkmate in 2, I think he will just keep giving checks.
Nothing to do here, queen a1.
He just don't want to risk it.
Rook g2 he has to try.
Rook g2, queen a5, and okay, queen g3, it's too much time for Magnus to reflect him.
Only chance, no? He wants like this.
I like this is more interesting. So, but it's still the same, yeah? Rook g1, queen e4, king h2, queen e5. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, but still, Magnus
Some
is
professional
not-
flagging, or he's repeating the position
But now
twice as well,
35 seconds. 35.
Yeah.
So.
Time is running out.
But
And
soon we are
also-
going to have repetition, no?
And also, I know that Jan was extremely angry for Magnus flagging him in their previous Armageddon when Magnus was white. So he will try, everything, rook against rook and whatever.
No, it looks like he's managing. No, Magnus 20 seconds.
Yeah, we are.
So yeah, let's see.
It's a mouse game by now, right?
Carlsen is good at this, but will it be enough?
I'm pretty sure.
He's made like 20 moves in 1 second.
Yeah, he's unbelievably fast.
No, and now he goes e3. Yeah. Well, not easy to get out of this one with white.
Yeah, now the
Enough time,
problem
60
is
seconds.
white is just losing completely.
Yeah, enough time.
Bishop f3.
King c3,
And he will
take
just
everything.
take everything. This is the problem.
This is a bullet masterclass, boys and girls. That was.
Yeah.
He started with 21 seconds. This endgame.
Yeah, those hundreds of games played against Penguin, they do pay off.
Penguin and Ali Reza taught him well. Wow!
Yeah.
Congrats, Magnus Carlsen. That was amazing.
Well
I understand
done.
it's not everybody's type of game, but I just love the raw skill of it. That was just so impressive.
No, I think I will upload to both players. I mean, it was amazing fight. Really, #1 and #2 in this tournament. It's no coincidence they are leading the event.
Well,
That
it was a
absolutely amazing.
great try by Jan, but okay, Magnus showed it that he knew what he's doing, and if something went wrong, he could fix it in time.
So what do we have now? We have one more Armageddon or two? Two
I
more,
missed
yeah?
all the action. We have to catch up on the other games. Gelfand, Leko was a draw, so there's an Armageddon there.
Okay.
No disrespect meant to Gelfand or Leko, but I don't expect such endgame technique from either with 20 seconds. Ivanchuk, Giri draw, so another Armageddon. Svidler drew, so he wins the match against Kramnik. Congrats to Svidler.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, very important match. So I think he goes into the final round ahead of Vladimir. So he has
And
very
Kramnik is facing
reasonable
Magnus
chances.
final round.
Yeah.
And we are being joined by the world champion, Magnus Carlsen. Magnus, that was some amazing speed in that endgame. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations.
Oof. Talk us.
Yeah, bravo. I think
against
you were faster than Penguin in the endgame.
No, then you haven't seen him play.
No, I played lots of games with him.
I mean, but 30% of his speed is enough there.
Okay, so we have Ivanchuk needs to win to have any chance to qualify. So he goes for complicated line, no forced lines. So let's see.
Anish Giri has been playing quite some bullet recently as well. So let's see.
Yeah, he's becoming very, very fast. But chess speaking, I don't think he should have allowed a5, but who cares?
Yeah, and such lines were very popular in Ivanchuk's youth when he was young. So he should be playing quite well here.
Yeah, this is what he always does. He loves the bishop on e1, then the other one's going to go to f1, g2. b5. I don't like b5. I think white is just very safely better here.
Yeah, but I think Anish is already playing on time. I mean, he just tries to, you know, go defense, not to blunder something quickly, and just hope the game lasts long enough that his mouse skills will decide the issue.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm making comments on the game, but I also understand the situation here. But I think he just wanted to pawn. More of his own. I think it's a very
Anish got c5 in, but is he losing a pawn?
And he's gained very little time on the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah, but his position is very easy to play now. Just take on b4, then.
Yeah, he's got. You can claim that he has a safer king. Knight is better in blitz. Rook c8 is good, of course, just protecting.
But now queen b7, exchange on a8. Oh no, he doesn't know. Sorry.
Now queen d4 is very good. Rook b8, I guess, only chance.
Who is rooting for whom? I root for Vasily.
Me too.
They're all oldie, yeah?
Of course. So I think normally in a blitz game, what you would do here is white is he would go queen d5, rook d1, rook b2, rook d5, and you can play for 100 moves easy. It's just with 1 minute up on time, it's just game over. But okay, so Anish goes ed. He starts to I don't know what.
Maybe he avoids the endgame you mentioned. Yeah, but he's facing an uphill struggle. Maybe queen e4 and if b5, queen c4, something like that.
Yeah, that was possible. Now rook b1, it's going to be really tough for him. Rook c8, there's queen d6.
In b5.
Queen b5, rook d1. Starting to look really, really bad.
No, still rook b8.
No, rook b8, rook d4, I think.
Rook d4.
Okay, so just goes queen e5.
Yeah,
Kramnik is slowing down a bit here, but he's still ahead on the clock. 2:30 versus 2.
Oh.
Wow.
I don't know about f6.
f6 fishy.
Queen a5.
No, but you know why did he play f6? Because it's a natural reaction to bishop on b2. But here it's queen on b2. But still it's a reflex. Something went to b2, you play f6.
Guess so.
What is this?
This is not going to be easy.
But isn't it winning? Possibly. Strange pawn structure.
I guess black just plays g5 next move, so it will not be as strange.
Again, what you do in a blitz game is you go rook b8, then you go rook a8, and practically you fight. But
so actually he made Anish pause and start thinking.
Yeah, he's back ahead on the clock after g4.
Yeah.
Anish
I remember it was a game Vichy had against black against Chucky where he managed to get stalemated in a similar ending. That was actually from the slab, remarkably enough. Okay, now position is completely winning for white.
Yeah, I think it's just winning now, isn't it?
Yeah, he has. Yeah, I don't see any chances here.
And
You're not
hello-
even
hello,
quick enough
everybody.
to go. Hey, and 1.5 minutes, that's an eternity.
No counterplay whatsoever for black, no?
No.
Yeah, I think he needed to play rook a3 and just take on f3. He would have lost anyway, but now he can't even do that because a7 queens. The rook had to be on a3 some time ago to have at least like a mathematical chance of blitzing, because now it's just a queen on a6 basically.
And black king cannot even come to f3 pawn, so it's just totally resigned.
Yeah. He's gonna, Anish is gonna get flagged in a worse position. That is, yeah.
Congratulations to Vasily Ivanchuk. Is this
Hey,
the
bravo.
first?
Nice game.
Yeah, good game. Excellent game, actually.
Is this the first legend versus younger legend matchup where the older legend wins in an Armageddon? I can't recall one.
Yeah, I think he's the first older player, period, to win an Armageddon game here.
What?
Since
Break.
I'm a bit... Sorry?
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, I'm a few months younger than Jan, so that doesn't count.
Are you guys in for another Armageddon? We have Leko Gelfand.
Yeah, sure. Keep it coming. I think Peter is a huge favorite here. Considering he actually showed some pretty decent dirty flag skills against Vishy, then he was flagged by Jan, but that can happen.
Boris sticking to his guns, Armageddon or not.
Yeah, it got a bit dodgy for me at some point in this line against Boris, but I probably didn't know what I was doing, and Peter probably does know what he's doing, so that should be an advantage.
Oh, yeah.
They had this position, or roughly this position, in the rapid portion of games. G3, maybe a deviation.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how well playing like a. I suspect it's a perfectly reasonable hedgehog, but how well does hedgehog work in terms of you know, having to make a ton of moves a minute down?
Isn't that the whole idea of hedgehog, to make a ton of moves and win on time?
Yeah, I would think so myself. And he's actually doing this brilliantly, not only sort of improving his pieces, but doing it very fast.
Yeah.
Oh, 94.
Oops. Yeah, that is a bit of a blow. Now Boris is just much better and also not even that far behind on the clock. Yeah, Queen A8, Knight C5. It's just on Knight C5. Queen. Yeah, I mean.
Oh, Knight B5.
Yeah, that was missed, but.
I mean, after that you should just go Queen B8.
Yeah, we can go Queen B8, I guess. Yeah,
Zero
even
seconds,
Bishop
then.
C3. That's I guess
Oh,
he just
it's
wants
gonna
to
go for
force
Knight
players.
of 6 and D5.
Yeah, Knight of
Could
6
be very
D5.
strong, actually.
Just go for the most direct approach.
And he's just doing it all so fast.
Yeah, E5 G4. I guess. I don't think he needed to, but it's fine, of course. E5 Knight E4, white can play for just takes Bishop B3, and game kind of restarts. Yeah.
Boris goes for the solid way.
Yeah. D4 Bishop H1 things were possible, but they were maybe not actual mates. So And this actually,
yeah, there was knight f3 there.
Yeah, it's a
That was
pity.
bit of a miss.
It's a pity Sasha left, because there would be what might happen here will be a flashback to Dubai 2002, I want to say, where
This is a bit much.
In a FIDE Grand Prix, they played in the final, Peter Leko against Sasha, and Leko very expertly flagged him in some queen and opposite color bishop endgame by making like 40 moves, one square moves mainly.
He's dirtier than you think. That's the moral of the stories. But
Yeah,
here, actually, he should just have taken on d3, and although his king is exposed, he has some potential with the majority on the queen side. So
b5, very cultured. I think he's playing this for a win, which I think is unnecessary. He should just play fast, but he is planning for a 4 c5 and eventual.
Yeah, knight d4 was not great. He should just have gone d4 there,
or even knight d7, honestly.
No, knight d7 is probably great.
Knight d7 is just fine, I think. But I honestly, I just didn't really think the whole operation was required. Yeah. Why did we give up the bishops? Yeah, and now for Boris, the issue is if he takes on c3 and goes queen d3 check, he probably actually loses. So he can't play for simplification anymore. Those endgames will be.
Oh, f6! I love this.
Yeah, this is good.
e8 next.
Yeah, and Peter also does the correct thing. He needs to progress his plans, because otherwise the counterplay will come in a little bit too hot.
No, but now you could have taken an e5, I think. Rook
I'm
e5.
not sure about queen e8. Yeah, ef stops queen h5 check, and then white will have a tempo to do something.
Oh, it didn't.
I don't know what.
Here, bishop d5, rook is out of game. Practically speaking, this is.
Yeah, this was probably stronger. King e1, rook d3.
Yeah, king e1 was awful.
Yeah, king e1 I didn't really like. I thought it was kind of off topic. Yeah, we need to take on e5, play bishop d5, and free up the queen, I think, once again. Nobody cares about the a7 pawn. Yeah, queen e7 might also be fine, but...
But he played it too quickly. Like, if you annotate the game, you will give him question mark, spend 20 seconds.
Yeah,
or something like this.
Fe and queen a3. I mean, yeah, black is doing bishop d5 and then queen a3 is probably even stronger. Yeah, black is probably just winning now.
Yeah, I think black is completely winning. But yeah, the question is, will it matter?
Yeah, will it be fast enough? Because yeah, queen a3 and then some mating attack, and the rook on e5 is also completely stuck. So
yeah, I mean, queen a3 was also good because of rook e6, rook e3, and queen a2. But
yeah, that was
okay. He does the right thing, trying to get a pass pawn and confuse. But now queen b4, b6, ab, rook b3. That's...
Yeah, rook b3 or something, and then it feels like this. The king on g1 is really not supposed to survive in those positions, but yeah.
G4.
Yeah, rook b3, king g3. I mean, I think he's doing the right thing, but
queen c3.
Yeah, queen c3 just that was not played. Okay. Now he goes queen d1, I suppose.
He might be in time, no?
Queen c3 still wins though. Queen c3, and then we.
Oh, how professional!
Very professional. Move repetition.
Hang on a second. Rook d5 we can just take. We don't mind the perpetual. Yeah, 56 seconds. He's probably fine. Yeah, 56 seconds is more than enough here.
Yeah.
Second break incoming.
Yeah, there's just no way to continue, right? Queen c1 maybe, or queen d4, queen f2. Yeah, queen c1 I think is the only way to continue without instantly resigning. Rook c3, queen g2, and then queen b3. Yeah,
queen b3.
Then queen b3, game over. Yeah, Peter is not gonna play queen down positions here.
Also very solid speed by Boris throughout all this. He's hardly spent any time.
Yeah, but I think Peter just made a very instructive mistake there around move 34. Because you just got to take the rook. You take the rook, you run with the king, and like even if you give up h2, you have a position that's relatively easy to play, and you're going to win on time.
Yeah, I was wrong about the queen down, but bishop c4 is mate in 2, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, in mate in 2 he doesn't play, as far as I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done by Boris and Turkey.
Yeah.
Well played.
The old guard showing some stuff there. So Magnus, what happened in your match?
Okay, it was. I don't want to talk about it too much. It was pretty bad. It was quite similar to yesterday in the sense that I was much better in. Well, yesterday I was actually slightly worse in one of them, but today I was much better to winning in literally every game. And then I just lost my mind in the fourth, and we got an Armageddon in which I somehow managed to escape.
Game 3 was quite amazing to follow. We must admit.
Game 3?
It was game 3, no? When you won in this Grumfold sacrifice.
No, that was game 2.
Game 2, sorry. That was quite an amazing. Where did you feel that? Did you see Bishop D1 much in advance?
No, I'd missed Rook, Queen A1 to Queen A4.
Okay.
But the thing is, that was slightly lucky for sure. But the thing is, this was not needed at all. After Queen A2 on move 23, like everything is good here. Like Bishop D3 also is just crushing. He has no defense against Queen A7 and so on. So if this would actually have been a save, that would have been extremely lucky. But yeah, obviously I should have seen Bishop D1 before I went Rook. Before I went Rook B2, but it's not a huge surprise that there is a win there, considering how Darji's position is.
Yeah, after Bishop C3, Queen D3, it looked quite messy for Black.
Yeah, no, I mean he's just done everything wrong there. His pieces are all tangled up, and his king is without defenders.
Mm-hmm.
So any wishes for semi-final opponents?
Well, I don't know. It could be the other guy on the call here. So yeah. I wouldn't mind either way.
The other guy on the call is suddenly finding himself in this weird spot of actually possibly qualifying. Just very confusing.
Also, Magnus is playing Kramnik tomorrow, so he can still give you an assist.
Yeah, and generally I need all the help I can get in this tournament. I think it's patently obvious. I can't really do very, very many things on my own, but
yeah.
I did manage to somehow.
I'm actually not assured, I think, of first place, so I got to get at least 1 point to make sure I get first place in the qualifiers.
All right, thank you, Magnus. Best of luck getting that point tomorrow. We'll be watching. Peter.
Yeah, see you guys.
Yeah, I'm here.
How's life?
Slightly more cheerful right now. I'll go back to not being happy about pretty much anything in about an hour's time, but I am quite cheerful right now. I don't beat Vladi very often, and it's an occasion to celebrate. I didn't even play. Let's put it like this: I played better than I normally do in this tournament today. It was still horrible, but it was better than I normally do. So I'm less upset about even the quality of games somehow. Mm-hmm. Apart from some decisions which are completely inexcusable as usual, but there were fewer of them today.
Did you consider that you have a good chance to save the game in it was game 3, right?
Not
Yeah,
really, no. But then again, like, he somehow left himself 20 seconds. First of all, I'm probably getting mated somewhere around. Like, I think rook d4, rook fb8. If he goes rook g5 here, I think I'm getting mated. Honestly, there's just no defense
This
against rook
is what we
h4.
were looking, and then bishop e1. There is
Yeah, bishop e1, but then he can go, like, I expect this doesn't hold somehow. Bishop e1, I did see bishop e1 as like the only move I can make which doesn't resign. But like, if all else fails, he can go rook h5, rook e5, which is completely winning. And
Which
obviously,
was the point that you felt already that you're going to save it?
well, I mean, once he blundered bishop takes b3, I thought, you know, he will be so mad at himself that, you know, combined with the fact that the position actually requires some work, this gives me drawing chances, but not before bishop takes b3, of course. Actually, maybe...
41, right?
Yeah, no, much later. Bishop takes b3 is move like 41, yeah. 41.
Ah, here we are.
Yeah, instead of rook h4.
We missed that moment.
Yeah. No, if he goes king c1 instead of rook h4, I mean, resigning is really, you know me, but it really is. Resigning is not out of the question here because I have 0 counterplay and I'm 2 pawns down, and then the rook comes over. But yeah, once he missed bishop takes b3, I thought, you know, as I said, combined with the fact that he will be kind of kicking himself for spoiling what up to that moment was a very well played game. And also he was down to fumes on the clock. I thought this now gives me a shot. But yeah, like basically starting from like move 15, I was calculating both knight f5 and knight d5 in every single position. And to actually blunder knight d5 is just so inexcusable. The position probably is not good. But honestly, like my entire time in every single position there was spent calculating knight f5 and knight d5, and to still somehow miss it in the one moment where it basically wins all of the material is just bizarre. Having said that, I suspect I'm not doing well. So, you know, maybe I shouldn't really be moaning all that much, but it wasn't great. It wasn't great. And maybe some decisions early on could be questioned, but it's a long and complicated game. And
Judith, are you keeping count how many times Peter has mentioned that he's a horrible chess player during the last few minutes?
Well, I'm also giving examples. I'm not doing this baselessly, right? I'm showing you examples of me being a horrible player as well. So it's
well, you gave an incredible fighting spirit show for.
Yeah, that's like the buzzword for my performance in this tournament: fighting spirit.
Yeah, but you were hanging on in the most critical moments.
Yeah, code word for lost in every single game.
And actually, I must say that I remember in sometimes in the 90s where I think you wouldn't fight so until the very end. You would give up earlier, that you would be so unhappy with yourself during the game and say, okay, let's play the next one. But somehow you really hang on, and you had little chance to save it, right? So
yeah, not a lot of chance here, honestly. Yeah, like most moves win in this position. Yeah, but also this is, you know, this is rapid, and also at this point pretty much blitz. So it's easier to convince yourself to continue, in particular when you see your opponent on very, very little time.
Peter, serious question.
Yeah,
do you
sure.
think it helps you that it's hard to get up during the game, to get out of your chair? Because we see you there on camera, you're sitting there grimly determined, calculating. Well, we're more used to you walking around, you know?
Possibly, yeah, because even during rapid games, I normally, like if I get out of the opening in one piece, I actually do get up and stretch my legs. And here, I would still do it, but I have a feeling it probably breaks some regulations if I disappear off camera even for a little bit. And you know, the threat of disqualification is a little bit worrisome. So yeah, it's a potential reason. But then again, like if it actually improved the quality of play, we could have this discussion. What it has improved so far is somehow my results without doing anything to the quality of play, which is a little bit strange.
Who do you have last round?
I'm playing Anish.
Who?
So if I can try dodging Magnus by beating Anish.
What is the tournament situation? So you and Anish are tied on 14.
So
No, I think Anish, I think, is a point ahead of me. At least that's what I see on the website. Anish is, I think, 115 because he lost the Armageddon. So I think that's not updated.
Yeah.
So I think I'm 1 point behind Anish, and I'm 2 points ahead of Vlad, and I've won the head-to-head. So if Magnus doesn't lose in rapid, I think I'm in even if I lose. Mathematically, as far as I understand the rules of the tournament.
Also, I don't want to give you guys any ideas, but if you made it to Armageddon, then Kramnik would have to beat Carlsen in the quote-unquote classical portion, no?
I think he needs to do that anyway. I think Armageddon we tie, and then I win I finish fourth on the tiebreak. I think we got an email today with the rules for the tiebreaks in case the qualifying places are tied, and head-to-head is the first tiebreak. So winning today's head-to-head is kind of important.
So it does sound like you have pretty decent chances. Should be a fun match up tomorrow. Yeah, are you having fun? You look like you're suffering a bit, but you also look very determined, focused, like it's really a new Peter, and I've seen quite a bit of you.
Well, it's giving me, a block of 4 hours a day where I can forget about all the other stuff happening around me right now, which is very welcome.
If you want to talk about it, we can do it on camera, off camera, whatever way you prefer.
I've been enrolling in high school, in colleges, basically, because it turns out children can't actually do that on their own. They flat out refuse to fill out any paperwork or get involved in that process in any way, shape, or form. So I've been kind of grimly filling out tons of paperwork every day for the past week. And there are very, very few things in life I hate as much as I hate filling out paperwork.
I hear you.
So yeah, I'm almost done. I think I'm done, actually. I think one of the reasons maybe I've played somewhat like a human being today was that, at least at first glance, it seems I'm done with the paperwork. I think I've applied to enough colleges at this point to not have to apply to any more for the foreseeable future. But we'll see.
Peter, if you have the time, then how are you going to be preparing for your next match?
Preparing for my next match? What is that?
Yeah. Well, tomorrow.
I don't know what that is. I haven't done any of that, and it seems to be quote unquote working. So why would I suddenly start? Yes, no, just no.
So you go there just a few minutes before the game, and then you
pretty much. I sometimes, if I'm white in game one, I normally make up my mind about my first move 10 minutes before game one. If the preparation goes well.
We should also point out at this point, Peter is often self-deprecating and humble. Here, he's just telling the truth.
Yeah, no, this is, none of this is a pose. I'm not preparing for this tournament. I have actually been doing some remedial work in between games 2 and 3, basically. Like once I see the openings of the first white and the first black game, and you can make slightly more educated guesses. I do make slightly more educated guesses for about 10 minutes in between games, but not before game one, definitely.
Either way, we've enjoyed watching you play, and we will follow it very closely tomorrow. I hope you don't have any more SATs to take tonight, and looking forward to the action.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter Svidler. And we'll bring in Tanya to ask Judith one final question. Thanks, everybody, for watching. It's been great fun. Thank you so much, Judith. I think, it's been a treat, and people have been so impressed with
Thanks very much.
how much you spot on the chessboard. I feel like doing some tactics exercise right now. I haven't felt like that in a long time. So see you guys tomorrow. It's been fun.
Thank you, Jan. It's been absolutely tremendous, but I cannot just ask Judith one question. I mean, that is just impossible. There's so much going on, so many things that we want to find out. And Judith, thank you for staying back and doing this wrap up with me. I think the first thing that I want to know from you is, who do you think today was the stand-up person, the MVP of the round for today? Would you say it was Jan with his comeback match that he made, showing resourceful defense even in game 3? Was it Magnus with his blitzing out move after move? Or do you think Peter, who was also brilliant in his resourceful defense? Who impressed you the most today, Judith?
I don't like to pick out only one person. I think that we had some great moments today, like Ian's resourcefulness and being so brave and so sharp to sacrifice on G4 and take the chances and somehow unbalance Magnus. This was amazing. And I think it's psychologically, it's incredibly important for him in the future for classical games. So there is a lot of ego battle and chess going on, so it's very important for the long run, even in such a games which are not classical. So I think it was interesting to see how he could get back into the match. But obviously it was Magnus. You could see how even if things go wrong and he goes out of his comfort zone and things go not on the way he was expecting, he just bounces back. Even though in the Armageddon he had some tough moments, I think, but somehow you can see with Magnus that if things are getting serious, he pulls himself together and he gives the final punch, and that's what he did. So he made sure that people understand that, okay, he was close to screw up the match, but he's back in business. It was nice to see a lot how Ivanchuk was doing today, and really you could see the generation clash, right, in some moments. So that was also very nice to see the Armageddon game, and also to see Boris Gelfand's professional attitude in the Armageddon game against Peter Leko. So we had quite a lot of great moments in the Anand match. That was kind of maybe that was the match I was not so happy with, but there were some great things going on today. So I must say I had a great time. And of course, Svidler was amazing in defense. He gave some great chances and opportunities for Vladimir. And it was kind of painful to see Vladimir missing out his victory, but Peter deserved the victory, as he was really fighting so well and took all the possible chances what was given to him. And so it was a nice day for me.
It was an amazing day for all of us to hear you, Jan, and Sasha commentate. Incredible day of chess, sensational Armageddons. Judith, we got an interesting question from one of our viewers on Twitter, and let's have that up if we can. What would you say was the decisive factor that you could keep up in the chess world of men? Judith, you've been the only woman player to have made it to the top 10. You stayed there for many, many years. You also broke Bobby Fischer's record of becoming the youngest grandmaster when you became a grandmaster. And so what do you think was that overreaching factor that made you stay at the top for so long? And why do you feel that you have been the only one to have made it there so far?
I think for me, it was very important, the mindset I had and what I created and the way I was raised, that I liked challenges and I was always looking for I'm also a perfectionist, or I was even more when I was competing, and I think it was needed because when you're on the very top, you really have to look for the details. And I like the competitiveness, so it was very much suited to my character. So that was it. And it was also very important that the way I was growing up, the support I got from my parents and sisters, that they always believed me and support my results and my tournament schedule and in everything, it's a lot different when you have your parents and loved ones and coaches supporting you and make you feel that what you're doing is the most important thing. And I think this makes the biggest difference for comparing to other ladies, that the expectations are very different from them. So I really hope that in the long run, we will live the moment when the chess coaches, if they see a 7-year-old girl and a boy, they will say the same thing, that you're so talented that you can beat Magnus Carlsen. While for now, I hear it many times that they say for a boy that you can possibly be the world champion, while to a girl, they might say that you can become a ladies world champion. So I think it's very important that what are the expectations for a girl. And I believe that there are talented girls out there, not less talented than talented boys, but the attitude by the parents, by the teachers, it means a lot, and it can make the difference.
You know, Judith, you said you had a very competitive spirit and your fearless style of play. And I feel that we all also saw that in today's commentary. You know, it was amazing to see you analyze with Jan, with Sasha, find variations that were played on the board, ideas that were played on the board. Do you take it as a challenge even when you're commentating?
When I'm commentating, I look for fun lines and fun, attractive lines. But of course, this is not far away from my playing style, and I was always very happy, and I like the beauty of chess, which is a lot of tactical things or unique moves. So for me, it's fun to look around and see these actions happening on the board.
That's amazing, Judith. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we have so much to talk to you about and learn from you and hear from you. And we will be having you back tomorrow and for the following days as well. Once again, a big thank you, Judith. Get some rest. It was amazing today.
Thank you very much for having me, and see you tomorrow.
See you, Judith. Oh my God. Wow. Okay. That was an incredible day of chess, of commentary, of all the engagements that we had from you guys, the Armageddons. Just, we could not have asked for more today. Let's take a look at the standings going into tomorrow's game first. Let's have that up. And before we go into the final round, it looks like these four are the ones who are going to be our semi-finalists. Of course, the fight is between Peter Svidler and Vladimir Kramnik, but Kramnik has the monumental task of playing Magnus Carlsen tomorrow, of scoring a win, as well as depending on Peter's result tomorrow. And Peter's up against Anish. I do have confirmation that Magnus and Jan have, of course, booked their spots in the semifinals, as well as Anish, I think, is 100% confirmed. But I'm going to wait for a confirmation on that and keep you posted. But it's going to be a very exciting match, especially for Peter and Vlad, considering their pairings. Also, it's going to decide who will play who in the semifinals. A big question, because a lot of the players, well, 3 players in the semifinals will be probably hoping to meet Magnus in the final rather than the semis. For me personally, today was just incredible in so many different ways. I think we saw some amazing defensive resources, whether it was Jan, the way he saved game 3. It was Peter against Vlad. It was Vassil's Armageddon. Absolutely incredible chess. And of course, Magnus being a speed monster in his Armageddon against Jan. And what a game Jan played. I think that deserves so much praise. Just going all out with the black pieces, playing fast, taking his chances in a win-on-demand position and delivering it. I think these are the reasons why Magnus himself says that players like Jan and Dubov are the ones that he finds most difficulty facing. Yes, just loved it all today. Let's bring up some of the final engagements that caught our attention on Twitter before we call it a night. So Themba writing in with Magnus holding against Fabi, I was inspired, and now Svidler holding against Vlad. surely never giving up. I'm not sure which game you're talking about between Magnus and Fabi, but yes, the Peter save was brilliant. Let's move on. Jackie writing in with the ultimate chess legend must be the one who came up with chess. The downside is nobody knows who it was. Well said, Jackie, but I think we might not know who that person was, but a lot of players playing here, a lot of great players from the past are truly legends of the game as well. All right. And we also had, it's a bit unclear, we also had Sibu Sisu writing in, Jan sending Magnus into an excruciating position. What a game. Will the champ? This was after game 3 in game 4. Like I said, that win on demand by Jan, I mean, kudos to him. Just absolutely a blockbuster game that was. Magnus on full tilt in that game. We could see it from his expression. We've never seen Magnus look anything like that, completely disheveled. But what an Armageddon both of these players played. And I think in this event, when Magnus goes into an Armageddon, he's a clear favorite. But in this one, really anything could have happened. And we also had the Ox writing in, the next World Championship match would be much more interesting if Nepo is a challenger. Classical is always a different story. He's the most dangerous of all candidates. Definitely a very dangerous player. I think players like Nepo and Dubov, with their style of play, are extremely difficult to handle, especially when they're on their A game. Against even Magnus has expressed that, like I was saying earlier. Completely agree with this, but I think, well, we all can't wait for the candidates to happen. We'll see what happens, but definitely Jan is up there. Wow, Magnus Carlsen, what an Armageddon. Couldn't agree more. This shows why he is the best. Absolutely mind-blowing stuff. And then Intoxicated Whale writing in, is like a Viking warrior who descended, literally been terrorizing the chess world ever since. Many legends have challenged him recently, but in vain. That sounds like beautiful poetry, Intoxicated Whale. I agree wholeheartedly with you. All right, before we call it a night, let me remind you, some of you have been asking about how to book a spot for the Simul against Magnus Carlsen. You have to either extend your membership or get the membership for a 2-year plan, and you have to do it before July 31st. The date for the Simul is not confirmed, but if you buy or extend your membership to the 2-year plan before 31st, you are guaranteed a spot in the Simul against the world champion. Another quick reminder, some very, very uber cool merch happening on our store right now. It's a collection of some pretty fun mugs as well as some apparel. Definitely go check it out. Pick your favorites. I can't choose. I mean, you can have an entire team of it. Whatever you want, definitely have a look at it. That's some pretty cool mugs to drink whatever it is that you drink. Also, some t-shirts and sweatshirts. So definitely go check out the shop. Consider going premium with chess24 with a 40% deal off. And yes, we'll see you tomorrow. Let's quickly, before we wrap up, one more time take a look at the matchups for tomorrow so that we know what chess is coming up. Let's have that up. And it's Boris against Jan, Ding against Peter, Vasil will be playing Vishwanathan Anand. It's been a very disappointing event for Anand and Ding. Peter against Anish and Magnus against Vlad. These are the two big games that we're all waiting for, which will decide the semi-finalists. Also, an update that the Magnus Carlsen Chess Tour, the final event, will be held in August, and we already have 3 confirmed finalists. So Magnus Carlsen qualified from the Invitational, Daniel Dubov qualified from the Linderus Abbey, and Hikaru Nakamura is also confirmed to participate because he's had the maximum number of points throughout the tour, as Magnus Carlsen won the second event in the tour by winning the Chessable Masters. I think Ding has an outside chance of qualifying because of the same reason, but only if Magnus wins the entire Legends of Chess. If Magnus doesn't win, whoever else wins gets a direct entry into the finals. And with that, it's a wrap up for today. We'll all see you tomorrow. Have a good evening.
Try brushing your teeth with the opposite hand of what you would normally use. If it's too easy, you can also balance on one leg at the same time. When you break even the simple routines, you can challenge your brain to strengthen underused nerve cells.
My name is Sebastian Mihailov, and I bring to you, along with the world champion Magnus Carlsen, the wonderful app Tactics Frenzy. Solve millions of unique, high quality and entertaining chess puzzles that have all been quality checked by strong grandmasters like Jon Ludvig Hammer and Jan Gustafsson. Become a member today and compete for monthly prizes sponsored by Chessable, chess24, Magnus Trainer, and of course, the king himself, Magnus Carlsen. We have made sure that no matter how good you are at chess, you can enjoy this app and get the challenge of your life. Alireza Veruja, Alexander Grishik, Sergei Karyakin, among a lot of elite players, they all love the app, and I can assure you, you will as well. Download the app today and become a chess champion.
For most chess players, it has never been about becoming the next greatest, but about defining your own path, your own style of play. Nobody can define that for you, but perfecting your style takes practice. Introducing Alex Astane Lopez, International Master. Train smart, play smart. CodeChess.com.
I believe in curiosity and never stop challenging myself. Technology has come a long way. Still, nothing beats the capabilities of the human brain.
At Merck, we believe that curiosity is the driving force behind progress and development. Merck is a vibrant science and technology company working to develop medicines and intelligent solutions for patients, as patients are always at the center of everything that we do. We know that soon 1 out of 3 people across the globe may be affected by brain-related diseases. Luckily, we also know that training your brain can contribute to preserving and enhancing cognitive functions. Together with the chess world champion Magnus Carlsen, we want to inspire people to actively train their brain.
Always be curious. Challenge your brain.